reminder that we are streaming live, so look pretty.
All right. Kay, can we call the roll, please?
Yes. Mr. Chatelain?
Here.
Mr. Ballard?
Here.
Mr. Anderson? Mr. Angel?
Here.
Mr. Jacobs?
Here.
Mr. Lassane?
Here.
Mr. Lawton?
Here.
Mr. McCollister?
Here.
Mr. Moore?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Kay. Joe is here with us we have a number of amendments to various coaches, and Joe, as we look through this, well, one question first is it we're going to have a lightning-free day tomorrow?
I hope we don't have a lightning problem. Mother Nature always wins.
As we look through these various amendments, it's kind of a reminder of the strength of our athletic program and the great coaches that we have and the wonderful momentum that we have in really all of our sports. And I might ask you to just kind of give everybody a quick recap of the program and then address the various amendments that
Sure,
are
I appreciate the opportunity to go first today. Thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of you. We had a great year last year. You know, we ended up 15th in the Directors' Cup, which evaluates the overall strength of an athletic department in the nation. Our graduation rates are improving. I'm very proud of where we are with our graduation rates. I think the future is very bright for all of our programs. We've got 2 construction projects that are coming online or online. The new tennis complex is going to help us significantly with our program in tennis. I look for us to compete for championships there very quickly. Gymnastics has been solid. That facility is coming online in a couple of months, and that'll really help Dee Dee as she goes forward in recruiting. Before you today, we have some programs that have been outstanding. Baseball and softball both made it to the World Series last year. Women's tennis is building a national championship contender. And men's basketball, we have tremendous high expectations for men's basketball this year. We have arguably the best player in the country on our team, and we're looking forward to basketball season this year. Last year capped off by Chuck Winstead and the men's golf team winning the national championship. Outstanding feat, and Chuck's going to be very good for years to come. He's one of the best coaches in the country. So before you today, we have some contracts that we'd like for you to approve. I'll go through them one by one. First is Paul Maneri. Paul's had an outstanding career here. He's been here for 10 years now, made it to the World Series for the 4th time in his career. We're asking you to merely extend his contract 2 years without any compensation increases. You want me to just go through them all?
If you don't mind.
And then the next one is Beth Torina. Beth Torina is our softball coach. It's her 4th year. She's been to the World Series 2 out of the 4 years. I think she's one of the best coaches in the country. Her salary increase will take her up into the top 3 in the SEC. Chuck Winstead, I think, goes without saying the job Chuck has done here at LSU. He's an LSU graduate, won the national championship last year. I think he is the best golf coach in the country. His salary will take him to the top of the SEC. The next one is Julia and Michael Sell. Julia is our head women's tennis coach. She's fortunate to be married to a guy named Michael Sell, who on his own is one of the best tennis coaches in the country. His resume is outstanding. He's coached Monica Sell and Michael Eisner in the past, professional tennis players. He's been helping out with the women's tennis program as a volunteer coach since Julia got here. We think it's appropriate now to name them co-head coaches. She has not had a lot of success in being able to hire an assistant coach that has been able to stay here and provide any continuity. I think by this move we'll have some continuity. I think that they'll be together for a while. But more important than that, the 2 of them together form an unbelievable team when you go out there in recruiting. They're in conversation with some of the best tennis players in the country, and I really look for this program to really compete for national championships in a very, very short period of time. And last but not least, you've got in front of you a contract for David Patrick, our associate head basketball coach. David Patrick is probably one of the very best recruiters in the country. He is outstanding. He's been an instrumental part of Johnny Jones's program. So we're looking to give him an increase that'll take him up into the upper half of what associate head coaches are making in the SEC. So that's what we have before you today. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve these. Jack? And second by Scott. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Joe,
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Joe, that's conditional.
Congratulations on a great program.
Thank you, Blake.
That's conditional on making sure our basketball players stay until at least their junior year.
King, you know I'm with you. I wish we had some control over that. Thank you all. Have
Thank
a
you,
great
Joe.
day. Thank you.
All right. That concludes the business of the Athletic Committee.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the Academic and Student Affairs Achievement and Distinction Committee. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We have one item today. We'll have a presentation on academic collaboration, a path to excellence. And at this time, I'd like to call on Dr. Gil Reeve. Dr. Reeve?
We're going to have slides, I think, with this, Doreen? Good. I need them.
Gil, if I could just begin this. This presentation's to show you about all, in the last couple years, the academic collaboration that we have going on our various campuses throughout the state. And it gives you an update on how One LSU is performing academically by helping each other and working together in multiple collaborative ways. So that's really why we wanted Gil to present this to the board.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, before we have the presentation, could we call roll? We forgot to call roll.
Yes. You want to call roll?
Okay?
Okay.
Mr. Moore,
Here?
Mr. Lawton. Here. Mr. Anderson, Mr. Chatelain,
Here.
Mr. Lassane. Here. Mr. Perry,
Here.
Ms. Sanchez. Here. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Kay. Dr. Reeve?
Thank you. Good morning. During the past few months, Provost Kobeck and I have been discussing the increasing amount of collaboration that has occurred across the campuses of LSU. We thought it'd be good to provide a little bit of a background on that process and where we are today. And so today we'll provide a presentation that really has two components. One is to highlight the significant milestones, I think, that have led to this focused attention on collaboration on the academic programs. And then secondly, to summarize some of those collaborations that we see, both early on collaborations and then where we are today and perhaps some things that will be occurring in the future. To start with the milestones, I think there's 4 milestones that are really significant. The first of these is the appointment of the Transition Advisory Team in December 2012, and many of you served on that team or were on committees, as were others in this room, participants in that process. The advisory team was charged initially with creating a globally competitive, more efficient, and more productive institution. And ultimately, the outcome was to achieve a cohesive, collaborative organization leveraging the talents of the institutions for the benefit of the state. Second milestone, in my opinion, is the appointment of Dr. Alexander as President and Chancellor of LSU, which occurred on June 2013. President Alexander provides one voice for the institutions of LSU. He brought with him a national presence in higher education, which has benefited the stature of this institution. He has a focus on accessibility, affordability, and accountability. And his approach is one to enhance the quality of all of our programs, particularly through collaborative efforts across the multiple campuses. The third milestone was the actual report from the Transition Advisory Team. The report was provided in July 2013, and it provides recommendations that actually addressed all aspects of the institution. This little chart is intended to just give you a sense of the relative progress that's being made across those recommendations and some related tasks that fit within the recommendations. The longer the bar, probably the more progress that has been made. We have considerable work going on now in finance and administrative services across the campuses working together. We've done this also to more of an extent with human resource management. Today we're going to be focused on the academic programs and the progress that's being made now, and you can see by the relative length of the bar, it's probably not as far as it is in the other areas. And then finally, research, and I'm pleased to report that progress on research is picking up. Provost Kubek and the other, working with the other provosts and chancellors, are planning meetings to begin to coordinate and collaborate on the research activity. So we're kind of in different waves of activity, but they're all moving in the same direction. I'm focused today on the academic programs.
Gil, can I add one important component just for an example on finance and administrative services?
Yes, sir.
Our police forces are working together to have common responses, to have utilize the strengths of our main police force here in the Baton Rouge campus, but all of our police around the state, in New Orleans and other places, have been meeting to identify potential threats and responses to make sure that we're responding in similar patterns. Chancellor Russell has a different circumstance she's walked into. She doesn't have a police force. And she has to rely on a sheriff to get there from maybe the other side of the parish. So we've been able to work with Chancellor Russell as a priority to get her an on-campus police force. But that's just one of the many areas that's working very well for us.
Thank you. And that's a perfect example. And it illustrates that probably that activity is further along than we are in some of these other areas. The fourth milestone was the revision of the board's bylaws in July 2015, and of course this group participated in that, and it was a significant event in a number of ways, but I think most importantly it produced and gave us the notion of the university as the framework for the collective system of the different campuses. And secondly, it eliminated the position of chancellor on this campus, LSU campus, and combined it with the president as the chief executive officer for both the university and for LSU. The importance of the concept of the university is that it provides a framework for us to talk about how the independent campuses can work together. It's important to understand that each of our academic units is a separately accredited by SAC COC, and that's an independent nature within the university. But then across that, we have the opportunity for offering strong and diverse programs, for working together for greater educational opportunities and economic development, to foster the training and education of students with different abilities, skills, needs, and career goals. Now, let me just comment briefly. Because of the vertical nature of the university with a community college, regional institutions, flagship institution, and the health science centers, we truly have opportunities to address the needs for every student in the state. And that is a unique characteristic of the LSU University compared to many other systems, not only in this state, but across the country. What I want to do now is to look a little bit. I had a 50-minute presentation. I was told it was a little bit long, so I'm kind of getting through this a little faster. I have a couple of examples that move us through time on the collaborative programs that exist within the university. I want to point out two early and ongoing activities. And one is the LSU Shreveport Commitment Plan that was initiated in April of 2012. I think you are familiar with that. It has cross-enrollment where students can be registered at both LSU Shreveport and LSU at the same time, and ultimately the students transfer to LSU, completing their degrees either by coming to campus or completing the degree requirements online, but it really facilitates and encourages students to start their careers at LSU. The other is a joint degree program, and a joint degree is where two institutions work together to offer one diploma, and it's one program, but the two institutions work together. And this was actually initiated in 2008, and it's a Master of Public Health between LSU Shreveport and the LSU Health Science Center in Shreveport. Some more recent developments include the LSUA's Bachelor of Science in Biology, where they created a concentration within that degree program that will allow students to study and focus in the area of agriculture. The course content is being provided by the College of Agriculture and the Ag Center faculty, and they are providing the academic support for those courses, and the students can pick up a concentration now in biology that's really focused on agriculture, and that's a big opportunity for the center part of the state, I believe. Another is a Fast Path program that's just recently been approved and will be implemented this year. This is an interesting combination where students start with a Bachelor of Science in Biological Engineering, move to the MD degree down at Health Science Center in New Orleans, come back to LSU, finish a PhD, and then go back and finish the last requirements for the MD degree. But because of the way the programs are linked together, the curriculum reduces the time to complete that process, and this is really focused on producing the scientific, research-oriented MD, and that's why the PhD is tied into it. And it's a great program, and it'll strengthen the collaboration across these campuses as they work together on this. Another is the LSU Eunice and LSU Alexandria 2+2 program, where students start and complete the associate degrees at Eunice. They transfer to LSUA to complete a degree program, but those degree programs are offered online. The student doesn't have to move and transition over to Alexandria. They can complete the degree programs online, and I think that that's a great example of what is going to be emerging educational programs, not only here, but in this country. And then the final one is the LSU Shreveport and LSU Health Science Center in Shreveport have a combination program where the students end up with 2 bachelor's degrees. They start at LSU Shreveport, they complete all the basic core work, they transition over to a Bachelor of Science program in allied health area, they complete that program, and in the process transfer coursework back to LSU Shreveport to complete the degree requirements for the bachelor's degree in biology at LSU Shreveport, and also finish the allied health degree at LSU Health Science Center in Shreveport. And so these opportunities to combine degree programs and experiences facilitate the programs and attract a unique group of students. They're willing maybe to take on a little work, but they get a greater outcome from that. In terms of the future, starting in the spring, the College of Engineering at LSU will be offering courses synchronously to LSU Eunice, Alexandria, and Shreveport, so that students can begin taking the lower level required engineering courses at those campuses before ultimately transferring to LSU to complete the engineering degree. This gets the students familiar with our campus, our coursework, our faculty, and because the courses are offered synchronously with students taking it both from the Baton Rouge campus and the other 3 campuses, the students actually begin to interact more, and we hope will be a great attraction for drawing students interested in engineering to LSU and to our programs here, and we think that'll be a nice start for those students. We have an agreement between LSU Continuing Education Program and the LSU programs in Alexandria. you need to understand that we can offer continuing education courses online throughout the country. They're not, continuing education courses are not just taken by LSU students. In fact, LSU students don't even make up the majority of the students that take continuing ed. They're here on this campus, they take the courses on the campus. It's more often that the students that are engaged in LSU continuing ed are from other areas of the country or from other campuses. And so they get in and they take these LSU continuing ed courses online, and then we market to them the fact that they can complete bachelor's degrees online at LSU Alexandria. And so it's kind of a diversion tactic that we're using, and don't quote me on that, please. But we hope that we can introduce them to LSU through our continuing ed courses and pipe them up to Alexandria, where they're rapidly developing online bachelor's degree programs. This may sound a little strange, and it's really a big task. We need to create an academic calendar that has the same start and stop dates. And you'd think, well, that's easy to do. Pick the start and stop dates and go from there. Each campus has regional issues that they deal with, and they have to work within those. And the biggest regional issue for us is the fact that we schedule our calendar around Bayou Country Superfest. That's a significant event for the city of Baton Rouge, and we're pleased to accommodate them and have those nice folks on campus for that weekend, but it then sets the date at which we can offer graduation, which then pushes back when we can start, and that becomes a very fixed model. And so we're trying to find ways that we can work with our other campuses. If they each had their own Bayou Country Superfest, it wouldn't be the same problem, but they have different conditions to work within. So that's an issue, but if we can line up the start and finish dates, then it makes it even easier for students to work across campuses because everything starts and finishes. Right now, we tell them, well, if you're going to take this course, come in and start a week early, or it's going to start 2 days later, and it doesn't line up as well as it should. There's some other possibilities. Expanding our undergraduate online courses so that students can pick and work with courses online across different campuses and transfer those into their own programs where they are. This would accommodate students and make more classes accessible so they don't have that problem of being shut out of a course. I need this course. It's not offered, or it's full on my campus. I can take it over there and I can pull it in. And that's a great opportunity if we can make that happen. And the other is to begin to identify some certificate programs that draw on the strengths across different campuses and pull those courses together and offer a certificate that would come from the different campuses and benefit enrollment at every campus and strengthen the collaborative work. So in conclusion, I want you to think of us as a collaborative network. It doesn't mean that everything originates from Baton Rouge and reaches out, but that we have opportunities to build the network across the different campuses, and in each case find what connections produce the strongest programs and the most efficiency and the most effective programs. And that's the goal of the collaborative activity that can occur in the academic programs underneath the umbrella of the university. Any questions?
Any questions, Dr. Reed?
Comment.
You're Ray?
Gil, I want to commend you and King and staff and faculty on the collaboration between various campuses and departments. I think this is a major step forward, and I think we've got a really great future ahead of us with collaboration like that. So thank you all very much.
James.
Thank you.
Ballard?
Yeah, I want to echo Ray's comments and just tell you, you put a lot of time into this, and the process to get where we are as an LSU One and in these collaborations, what I think we're most excited about, and me in particular in speaking, is that it's much more about the students now. And, I think it's always been about the students, and I don't think anybody would say differently. But now, it's walking like a duck, it's quacking like a duck, so it's a duck. It's, the message meets our efforts. And so this does that, this collaboration, this giving, Eunice and Alexandria and Shreveport the opportunity to use our resources here at the flagship school. It's a long time coming, and so y'all's hard work, King's leadership and vision to get this done, and the board's support, these are the results, and so you should be commended, and thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Dr. Reeve?
Yes, sir.
From a marketing standpoint, do we feel like there's a good effort as far as making our prospective students are aware of the different collaboration of what's going on among programs?
I think that exactly one of the areas that we need to start pushing is the marketing. And the notion of the university provides the marketing framework because it's now one broad umbrella and the pieces underneath it, and that's going to be an important approach.
Thank you. Mr. Coster?
Yeah, I'd like to say, just to remember some history, Hank, I remember when the board got a retreat and started talking about some of the changes that we had all hoped for with One LSU, looking at that, we've seen a lot of ideas and we hear about a lot of reports and most of them end up on the shelf. And, I just want to say that I too want to applaud President Alexander, his team, all the campuses, and even the transition advisory team that helped so much in this, as well as this board, because we're hearing about progress today on that plan. We're not hearing about more talk. We're hearing about walk. And this idea of the university is an exciting one for me. I think it's a big positive for LSU as well as Louisiana. And we are seeing the One LSU happening that we talked about, led by the flagship and Dr. Alexander. And I think one thing it does, as you mentioned, it sets us apart. Nobody else can do what LSU can do in this state with our campuses and with our flagship. And I'm glad that you mentioned the online several times in the presentation because, I'm one that sees the impact of the internet and online every day in my own business, and it's critical to us positioning us well for the future. I mentioned to Dr. Alexander, I was in my car and I heard a radio spot about Arizona State University advertising courses in Baton Rouge to students to take online. I decided to check it out, and there's 90 degrees or certificates offered by Arizona State University. Then on my wife's Facebook page, and there's a post from Arizona State University offering courses on advertising on Facebook locally as well. So the competition is not just in the state. We know it's not just nationally, it's global.
Right.
And that's one thing that I think is critical because no matter what business you're in, change is inevitable. And the strategy, the strategic outlook, Dr. Alexander, that y'all are doing is critical to LSU, to all of our campuses, to the future. So I want to thank you. And I know we'll have more success report in a year because I'd love to hear back, how we continue to do this. But I applaud the effort that we didn't just talk the talk, we walked the walk.
I'd also like us to forge a pathway so we can get on our military bases. And when I went to Barksdale and found out that we weren't on Barksdale, but Southern Illinois was, I think we need to be right in the middle of these bases as well. Dan.
Yes, sir. Under the topic of One University, we have benefited immensely by a tremendous amount of expertise from the main campus in the area of enrollment management. Kurt Kepler and his crew have been very generous. Human Resources under A.G. Monaco has helped us immensely with education and training of our folks in FERPA and Title IX and helping us with the recruiting. So just about every place you turn, the accounting folks and auditing folks have helped us improve the auditing that we have going on. So every area in which we ask for, Dr. Alexander and his team have been very, very generous in helping us with physical plant, you name it, and it's free to us, and it's just been tremendous. We could not be where we are without that support.
Any further questions?
So Dan, they haven't figured out an intercompany charge to you yet, is that?
No, sir. We're trying to cut that very quickly.
Thank you, Dr. Reeve. Thank you so much. Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Our next committee is Finance and Infrastructure. Mrs. Ballard.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Ballard?
Here.
Mr. Anderson? Mr. Angel?
Here.
Mr. Danos?
Here.
Mr. Lawton?
Here.
Mr. Mallett? Mr. McCollister?
Here.
Mr. McCrary?
Here.
Mr. Yarbrough?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Kay. So in the Finance, Infrastructure, and Core Development Committee, we have several items, and I will turn to Mr. Dan Lazell, who speaks much better than me. Sir? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard, members of the board. Our first resolution today is seeking your approval of the fiscal year 2015-16 operating budget. I'll taking you through several details related to the request. This first slide reflects our entire budget, both the unrestricted and the restricted sources of funding that the university has available to it to operate. In total, for FY16, we are a $2.2 billion enterprise across the university. And again, that, as you can tell from the pie chart, it includes a variety of revenue sources ranging from, of course, state support and student tuition and fees, but also certainly, importantly, gifts, grants, and contracts that support our research enterprise, as well as other sources of revenue.
Dan, where's the TOPS revenue? What part of the pie chart is?
That would show up in student fees. It comes into us as tuition revenue.
You have a further breakdown of that in another slide?
No, but I can get you that. It's roughly about $90 million. But I can get you the breakdown of the TOPS revenue that we've received.
Yeah, I'm trying to, of the 23.5 student fees, what percentage of that? That 23.5 represents about $500 million?
A little under $500 million, yes.
And what portion? What?
So that would be roughly about the TOPS of the total tuition revenue would be roughly tuition and fee revenue would be roughly about 20% of that.
Okay, thank you.
Again, I can get you the more
But that's
specific
fine.
numbers.
Thanks.
And just to, I sent an email to all of you on the breakdown of fees. The question came up, what percent of the tuition and fees are actually fees? And the average is about 24%, ranges based on the campus, but about 24% of the total that's charged that's outside of TOPS, about 24% of what a student pays is associated with fees.
So let me just follow up. So about 500 million represented in that 23.5% pie chart. And TOPS is 90 million, I think he said.
Yes.
In as much as, well, so this is obviously for the entire enterprise, not just the Baton Rouge campus?
Yes,
Right,
yes,
okay,
sir.
thanks.
Yes, sir. This next slide breaks out by campus how that $2.2 billion distributes over each of our entities. As when you look at the entire entity, our unrestricted revenues, which those are the revenues which are flow through and are appropriated, are part of the budget process at the legislature, and then again the restricted revenues that we receive on campus, were roughly 47% unrestricted and 53% restricted across all of our enterprises. This next slide, the next two slides, takes us through where we ended up in terms of our operating budget as of November of 2014 for fiscal year 2015, and takes us through the steps to get us to where we are in terms of the budget that we're going to be asking you to approve, the unrestricted budget. The first numbers there include about $93 million in additional funding that we received from the state this year. A significant portion of that was dedicated to the legacy costs at the HCSD, the Health Science Center in Shreveport, and also the Health Science Center in New Orleans with regard to the legacy cost of previously running the hospitals up there. There was also additional funding at Shreveport in the form of about $31 million as part of that 51 that was provided as base operating support. And then again, there were $2 million provided to the Ag Center, $4 million to Pennington as well for additional operating support. In addition, we received approval to go up on our tuition revenue for this year. Under the GRAD Act, the gross amount that we will be generating this year across the university is about $32 million. The hospital adjustments are basically, this was done in the governor's budget. These were former hospital contracts at the health science centers and through HCSD that were moved from the unrestricted budget to the restricted budget. So essentially it was budget authority that was moved from one side of the ledger to the other. And then again, there were some additional miscellaneous adjustments, which gets us down to the overall unrestricted operating budget that we're asking for your approval is just over $1 billion. This gives you a sense of, gives you a breakdown of how that $1 billion is distributed among the various revenue sources. Student fees make up the biggest overall proportion at just under 47% of our total unrestricted operating budget. The state general fund support is 23%, and then statutory dedicated funds are 21%. The statutory dedicated funds are largely what you might remember the SAVE plan that was passed in the legislature this year. That money is going to what's called the Higher Ed Initiatives Fund, which makes up the vast majority of the stat ded funding. So together, those are really the state appropriation. This next slide gives a breakdown from terms of object of expenditure and as to what the $1 billion is going to will be spent on. As noted in this chart, the vast majority, almost 3/4 of the budget, are people-related costs, which, again, when you look across the country at colleges and universities, that's pretty consistent. Most of your money is spent on people, faculty, and staff. This is another way to look at the unrestricted operating budget in terms of what kinds of activities that money goes to support. Again, the majority of that money goes to support the core mission activities of instruction, research, and service, public service, as well as academic support, which includes such important activities as the library. So in total, those make up just over 60% of our expenditures, again, our primary mission activities.
And what's the 8.1 hospital?
That's HCSD and some remaining remaining expenditures.
Next year's budget, that'll reduce.
It'll be smaller, yes.
And where on there is unfunded liability payment?
That would be that would be throughout all of the budget, but it's largely part of our. If we go back, excuse me, one slide there. It's part of our related benefits, our pension, our benefit costs that we pay every year. If you look under the personnel services, salaries make up about 47% of the total expenses, and then on top of that, another 20%, 21% go to our benefits costs, which within that 21% is the portion of funding that we send to the retirement systems each year for the UAL.
So of that 21%, in other words, how much of it is current contribution for current versus how much from 1988 deal we have till?
Pardon? Yeah, about 22% goes to the UAL cost.
22 of the 21.
Yes. So it's a fairly significant portion. The last few slides that I'd like to go over just kind of give you a historical picture of how funding has changed with regard to the university over time. If you go back several years, we were, in terms of the funding that was received for our academic campuses, we were about 60-40 in terms of funding from the state versus funding from tuition and fees. And certainly as you look now, that proportion has shifted dramatically. In FY16, we're about 70, the ratio is 76% tuition and fees to 24% state funding.
And what is the percentage now? Where are we as it relates to tuition among, I guess the nation? Are we still in the?
I've got a good slide for you. I'm going to show you what.
Let me ask you on that, Dr. Alexander. I know you were just in D.C., and this is one of the topics, and talking about tuition, talking about funding, Fed and state funding. Is that what we've seen nationwide over the last 20?
This is a national, disheartening national trend. What we're trying to do in Washington is tie the federal government now constitutes about 170 billion. States are down to 75 billion for higher education. We're trying to at least incentivize the states to at least stay there or put more money back in so we don't go below the 24% of where we are. If nothing is done, that line will continue, and as I've mentioned, we already have one state that's going much faster than us, and it's Colorado. And elementary school kids won't have a public choice in Colorado by the time they get through high school. So we're trying to incentivize through maintenance of effort, and I know Mr. Angel understands either maintenance of effort or incentivize states. That's our big battle right now with the Senate help, and we've been asked to work closely with Senator Alexander's people behind the scenes to see if we can have a neutral ground on that topic, on that issue with this reauthorization.
It makes it even more difficult that we don't have control of the tuition rate.
It does, and for those that do, they've been getting away with raising it as quickly as possible, as we were questioned by former president of George Washington University, who says simply he just raises it to get more applications. So he charges about $62,000 a year and takes pride in the fact that he can raise it whenever he wants to. And we've got to have accountability both on the state side but also on the institutional side.
Dan, could you go back to the slide and where is the tops?
That again would show up in the student percentage.
Okay, so the $90 million that the university is receiving, you said about $90 million?
Roughly, yes.
You're showing that in the student side?
That's because it comes in as basically as just like tuition and fees, so that's where it shows up.
Right, I understand where it comes in. Do you believe if you go to the follow-up question, however, that the slide is somewhat misleading in that the 76% or the 24% does not include a state contribution of taxpayer money through TOPS?
We could certainly make that adjustment. It's a very important program and very significant certainly for meeting the educational needs of students and families in Louisiana.
Well, I think it's I appreciate this, and I appreciate where the way you say where it comes from, and I don't discount that, but I think it hurts the conversation in Louisiana when the university produces a slide that shows 24% of state, and it does not include the taxpayer money which is state money. So to the degree that we could have maybe two slides, I think it would help the conversation because, the transparency in the discussion is what ends up, in my mind, getting a different result than we've got. And I think it would be good to have that in there. Thank you.
Sure.
And just spot looking at this, I think it would probably come in around 69% to 31%. That's if we had that slide right now. And that's a rough estimate and guess, but I think it'd be around, that 76 would be 69, and that 24 would be about 31.
And I think when we do the work that we do in the legislature to start with a 69-31 as opposed to start with a 76-24 and then have someone begin at the very first opening, begin to push us back to 69-31 with their level of questionings, I think we need to call it what it is. Certainly, I see it as a 69-31 if that's the number it is. And I think having a very solid 69-31 is still not acceptable. But if we start on that conversation, I think that we have more credibility as we lead the discussion in the state.
No.
Although, just to provide an alternative point of view, when we passed TOPS, we had the state general fund funding and TOPS, and we didn't have this particular expression. So we can, yes, you can absolutely argue that that is state support. It is. But it wasn't meant when we passed TOPS to be state funding support. It was envisioned as really, in essence, a tax credit to middle-class families to send their children to college and to encourage them to go to college. And we never dreamed at that moment in time that we would have the state, when we were growing higher ed investment every year, we never dreamed that we would pair TOPS with a dramatic decline in state funding. So hopefully we're going to figure a way around this to where we can continue the level of TOPS support, which is critical for families, I mean, absolutely critical, but at the same time provide the kind of funding that universities deserve.
Well, that's why I asked the question to Dr. Alexander, who's become a national expert in this area, is this is a national trend that we've seen across America. You know, how have they solved it to fund it or to find sources or dealt with it? You're talking about now incentivizing it from the federal government, because the guys who are getting more of it are the ones who just keep raising tuition and sucking in more federal dollars. So they've figured out how to game the system, you know, and they're trying to address that. But, you know, this is a national problem.
If that article in the in Washington Monthly says it all, it's in this subheading, is that states are playing Washington as a sucker. The federal government it's getting played, and tuition and fees are the end result of states getting out of the higher ed business because they can, and they can shift it over to on the backs of the federal government. So the danger is that we're creating a federal higher education system based solely on tuition and fees, and that will certainly disadvantage access, disadvantage public higher education, and but more importantly, disadvantage the students and families of whose back this is going to fall on top of, and is, and increasingly is. And it leads to states like Louisiana adopting TOPS because costs are too high, but it doesn't tackle the root core problem, which is a foundational problem that states are quietly removing themselves systematically from their public responsibilities in higher ed.
What's California at now?
California is probably much like us in funding. Depends on, you know, CSU would be about where we are. The UCs would be about, UCLA probably gets about 13% of their funding now from the state. They're up to $14,500 in what they charge in fees, which is, you think of California being free up through about 1985, that's pretty dramatic. Dramatic shift.
And the unfortunate thing is we're transferring state obligations into debt for young people. And as a result, young people are having trouble buying cars, buying homes, starting their lives with their families. It's having a crushing impact on middle class. And it just worries me that we are pushing this off onto the backs of our kids and our grandkids.
That's why we need a new model.
We need a new model.
We need a new model. This one's not working.
Help is on the way, fellas.
We put it on the T for you there.
Thank you, sir. The last chart goes to your question, Mr. Ballard, as to how we compare nationally versus tuition and fees. And as you can see, these are, unfortunately, because of the way in which data are collected, we tend to lag a couple of years. But if you go back to FY14, you can see that in virtually all cases, when you look across our academic campuses, we lag not only the SREB, but we certainly lag nationally when you look at similar kinds of institutions.
Just to reiterate, you know, this is very important. This is, you know, I know that part of giving control to the board and the president to be able to control tuition, you know, at some point it's either this, you know, from my perspective, the state needs to, you know, they're going to take away the support, take away the dollars, but then at the same time, not give us the ability to meet the needs, but want us to improve the education per student. It's an evil cycle, and I know everybody in here knows this, but, you know, so that's why this is so important. At the end of the day, for even the pundits, those who say, you know, raising tuition or giving you the ability to, you know, we don't want to raise tuition. It should be free. Let the politicians debate that. I surely am not here to debate that. But until they debate it, until there's a resolution to that, we've got to at least, I think anybody that is worth listening to and is reasonable, in my opinion, will agree that we should at least be average at worst on what we can charge if our task is to give the greatest education and to be in the top tier as a university as a university, then they've got to give us that ability, or the legislators need to step up and do it if they want the responsibility. So I'm just saying it because this slide's very important. You can't have it both ways. King?
If I could add one thing, according to the new college scorecard, we ran the 50 flagship comparisons. For the A&M campus, we're the 6th lowest in average tuition paid by each student. So we're 6th lowest out of the 50, and we're 11th lowest in student debt of the 50.
And until we, again, until we get to that point, until we get our university, our tuition, one thing we're not going to change is that we want to be a top-tier system and university. And if that's not going to change, then we've got to be able to pay for it, we've got to be able to compete. And to be able to compete, you've got to be able to recruit the best, keep the best. And to do that, you've got to be able to at least get me at 50% of what everybody else is doing. I'm not asking for greater. So, I probably will when we get to 50%. But until we get to 50%, and so I just want to be on record with that because it's vitally important to those who just want to have an opinion on this but don't understand where we are as an institution and what we're charging. I don't think anybody here wants to charge students more. It's our kids, it's our grandkids, it's our neighbors who are struggling to make a living anyway. But our flagship has to be a top tier, and to do that, we've got to, pay for that. And if the state's going to go down, we need to go up. And look, the state decides to give more dollars toward it, or the federal government, and King wins his battle nationally, awesome. But until then, get us where we need to be.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Question, Dan, I'm just curious, I think typically we have always kind of compared ourselves to the Southern Regional average peer group. The Carnegie peers.
The Carnegie classification, without going into a lot of unnecessary detail, there's a national categorization of institutions based on your mission, for example, and the Carnegie classification that we compare ourselves to for the A&M campus includes other major research universities. UNIS would include other two-year institutions and so forth. So it focuses on the kinds of institutions that have a similar mission and role and scope that you do.
It throws in all the rich guys. So.
Okay, just had not seen that one on our peer group, which is good to have it on there.
It's Wisconsin, it's Washington, it's Oregon, it's
Michigan.
Michigan, it's
Alabama. Oh, that'd be in the SREB too. Auburn.
Ian, can I ask you a quick question? In those comparison charts, do those other universities have deeper and richer tuition assistance, scholarship, financial aid programs than we have that helps offset some of that higher tuition that they're able to charge?
It really depends on the state and what region you're in. You get up to New York, they don't support their universities very well because they've got such a strong private lobby that they have high support in the state student aid programs because the privates get about 48 cents on every dollar. You get outside the Northeast, you'll find higher effort. Certainly California had a history of that, Washington, but the real balance in this is if we're going to be 6th lowest among 50 flagships, then we ought to be 6th highest in public funding. That's the balance.
Right.
North Carolina did an excellent job maintaining that balance for a long period of time where they were the 2nd lowest for so long, but they're also 2nd highest in state support. So the balance is when your state gets off kilter and the balance gets wrong. So if we're 6th lowest in tuition and fees, we don't need to be 44th in state appropriations because we're on the losing side of the dollars on both ends. And that's why our per student spending of those 50 institutions puts us at about 46th because the balance has been broken and the balance is way off kilter within our state and a number of other states.
That ends my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions. We're, again, requesting your approval of this resolution to move forward with the operating budget.
Is there, you know, this is too long for a discussion here. I would just, my question is that this budget, is there any area as far as the revenue side that we have great anticipation growing, or that we hope to increase? And do we have areas here where is this sort of the bare minimum that any trouble we run into is going to put us at great risk? Are we just going to be, again, hope for the best, these revenues, I mean, what flexibility or what do we anticipate? I mean, I think, like I said, maybe it's a discussion, another discussion, but that's the thing looking ahead. That
Fundraising.
Huh?
Fundraising. Fundraising, private philanthropic gifts is really our biggest target. And we did set a record in concession sales at the game that got rained out, though, because everybody was inside for 4 hours, and they hope. But I don't think we can rely on lightning to
Let me flip Rolf's question. What official communications have we received thus far regarding the state of this state fiscal year in terms of anticipated reductions in funding before Scott calls a special session in February? I'm just curious what we're looking at in terms of what your projections and planning are.
Well, in our early discussions, and we walked into this last budget $1.6 billion hole. We're still looking at, we're estimating probably $780 to $800 million hole. So we bought 6 months of time. We're not anticipating a mid-year cut in the mid-semester, but that doesn't mean we won't get one at mid-year. But right now, we've got about an $800 million hole, and we're going to have to, this special session is going to be really important about what we do with dedications, what we do with commitments, what we do in prioritizing and reprioritizing virtually everything we're doing at the state level. So we're not out of the woods. We bought 6 months of time. We were the hostage that they let go. Doesn't mean we might not be the hostage again, which we hope. There's enough concern about higher education that we won't be that hostage going into it. But I think there's going to have to be some serious discussions about what we're prioritizing as a state. And I know Mr. Angel's talking about this every day, everywhere he goes.
And we know what our deferred maintenance piece look like when we have this budget shrinkage that we're looking at, because I know that's one of the easiest to go to. So what's your feeling overall about your facilities, plant?
Well, our total deferred maintenance, well, just on this campus alone, it's about $500 million.
That's deferred?
Deferred maintenance.
It's well over $1 billion for higher education, so this is in the discussions with the gubernatorial candidates that at some point we've got to do something about this.
And that's
we can't just keep blinders on that this isn't happening.
And that's not just a Louisiana problem. That is a national issue when you look at other campuses.
It is a national, and I want to again applaud Dr. Alexander and Dan and Tony and others, because, you know, if you look at the Regents report, some campuses, half the buildings aren't used. They've had actually reductions in their populations to where you're going to maintain them? I mean, they're empty. And the good thing about LSU with the master plan that they've been working on is looking at maximum use of classrooms and space, which again, as Dr. Alexander said, is a change in model. Other universities are doing it, sharing buildings and so forth, because if you keep building, you got to keep maintaining. You got to have utilities. And I think it's like, again, I applaud their effort, because we're looking at efficiencies and what needs to be done for the future, not to have been done in the past, and trying to defer maintenance on all these buildings that are empty, I mean, or not looking at a new model is kind of crazy too. So, you know, if you got to choose dollars, I say invest them in students and make the universities, just like LSU's doing, you know, clean up their act. You know, that's part of it. And LSU's leading the way, so I applaud you.
Thank you.
Question, Dan. This budget, comparing to the existing budget, what's the difference percentage-wise, up, down, flat? Missed that number?
Yes, we're up a little over 10%. When you take, well, again, I back out the hospital contract adjustment because that really is just moving it to another side of the ledger, so it's about 10%. But that includes a lot of the new money for the legacy costs related to the hospitals, as well as our increased tuition revenue, which we are allowed to retain this year for our operating purposes.
Any other questions?
Motion
sir.
for approval?
Motion for approval accepted. Second? Second.
Second.
No nays, so moved.
Thank you.
And that includes the resolution, just to be clear.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lizelle, number 2.
The second resolution relates to the current board policy with regard to the distribution of oil and gas and other mineral royalty revenues. The policy that's been in place for a number of years retains 75% of the royalty revenue at the institution that is largely responsible for the supervision of the lands, which in this case is primarily the Ag Center, and then 25% of those revenues flow to the what was formerly known as the system administration, to a restricted account that the board approved for the operation of the university administration. What we're asking for here in this revenue is, or excuse me, in this resolution, is to provide flexibility to the president in terms of how those revenues might be used beyond the university administration, specifically asking if necessary and if there is budgetary flexibility for the president to be able to direct some of those monies back to the Ag Center, who is managing the overseeing those lands that are generating those royalties in the first place. So in this case, in short, what we're asking for in this resolution is simply to provide flexibility to the president in terms of additional flexibility, specifically with regard to providing revenues back to the Ag Center.
King, you're going to be real good at stretching with all this flexibility. Do we have any questions on this resolution? Any concerns? I'd like a motion to accept this resolution.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second?
Second.
Mr. Danos? No opposition? So moved. Number 3, Mr. Lazell.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. The third resolution relates to the Ag Center as well. The Ag Center has in the past, you have approved retirement incentive programs to free up budgetary resources and flexibility for the Ag Center. They're coming back again this year to ask for the approval to move forward with another retirement incentive program. As noted in the resolution, this is similar to the previous plans that the Ag Center has put in place and has had some success with. And there's some updated numbers from what you have in your resolution based on the actual applications for the retirement incentive. The Ag Center, as of last week, had 42 participants sign up for this particular pending board approval of this resolution. They are anticipating that in FY16, after you take care of the retirement payouts and incentive payouts, that they will free up just over $300,000. But next year they're looking at, again, with these retirements that will have taken place, about $2.8 million in ongoing savings. So again, we're Vice President Richardson, I know, has a few words he'd like to say about this program.
Thank you, Mr. Lizelle, and members of the board. I want to just make a few comments about how we got to this particular point today. As you heard from the budget presentation a few minutes ago, universities were allowed to keep their tuition this year, which helped keep some of the bottom lines in black. That's not true for the Ag Center and some other colleagues that are setting up here. We're in a situation now over the last 4 years where I've used all the smoke and mirrors I can use to try to keep our budget in balance, looking at every revenue stream that's coming to me, including the resolution you just passed, royalty income and other activities. We're to the point now where I've got to deal with some serious permanent, and you notice the word permanent used in this statement, permanent reductions in our force. And we've done this a couple of times in the past, and it's been very, very helpful to us, and we are asking that you do this again. I simply have got to reduce our major cost in our budget, which is personnel, in order to keep this budget balanced, not only for the rest of this year, but as you'll see, most of this is directed for the 16-17 budget. Irrespective of what may happen after the election of this year and begin the next year, our budget situation is heavily dependent on state appropriation. And we've used every dollar we can get over the last 4 years to get to where we are now. This is very critical for me to be able to reduce force. We will have to hire back a few people just to where we got critical issues. And we're estimating that'll be less than 10%. What I'm hoping is we get to July 1 of 2016, be a net for me of over $2 million. And that's what we've got in the proposal. It's what we set out to do. We had a few more numbers than we expected, but we also had the numbers at more the lower end of the food chain, so the money was pretty much in the line where we thought we were going. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Bill.
Question.
Bobby?
Bill, you're saying 42 people are interested in this proposed plan. What was your goal? Is that a good number? Is that a high number or a low number?
Well, it's really kind of hard to predict. And one thing that's unique to us than like the rest of higher education, we have a lot of our extension personnel that are on the federal retirement system. And as they're retiring, that number is increasing. But being on the federal system, they can't go into the drop program. And so their incentive to take a cash incentive and to retire is greater than somebody who may be in the top program. So a lot of times we get a larger group out of the extension people than we might expect. That number is decreasing. So we used to have 300 or 400 people, now it's down to much smaller. So eventually that is not going to be an incentive for people to take that. So this is probably one of the last times I'll be able to use this and get much impact out of it. And so that's a factor.
Just to put some context around it, the initial projection was about 35 people, so they ended up, again, it's slightly above the original projection.
I have a question, Chancellor Richardson. How would you characterize the levels of service that might be affected by the reduction and retirement?
You mean the number of years of
Well, the service to the state, the folks that are leaving, what kind of impact they're going to have to the Ag Center service?
The areas we were most critically concerned about was our parish offices throughout the state. We're going to lose in certain parts of the state some excellent agents who've been working with us for a very long time. And that's part of why we built in the, hopefully we can incentivize some of those folks to stay and or to come back. We're at a critical shortage now and a critical mass issue with many of these parish offices of not having either an agent or at least a couple of agents in each of those parishes. And so that's one thing we're really looking at. We looked at the balance of this also because we had to make sure that there's a balance between outstate, on campus, between extension, between research. And so we got the balance turned out, I think, by pure happenstance, pretty much what we would expect. But my biggest concern right now is those parish offices and being able to adequately staff those and meet the needs of the people back home.
We count on those a lot, so it's going to be somewhat painful in some areas.
It's going to be very painful, and you'll hear from 2 4-H kids later on today, one of which may be in a parish without an agent really soon. So believe me, it keeps me awake at night.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Can I get a movement to adopt? Or I guess we're passing.
So
right?
moved here.
So moved. Second? Bobby? Any objection? No objection? Passed.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard and members of the board. Our next resolution focuses on, and I'll turn it over to an individual to give a presentation. We're requesting approval to establish a new nonprofit 501c3 corporation that is focused on providing a facility for the university to compete for applied research and development contracts with the federal government, primarily with the Department of Defense and Department of Homeland Security. The moving in this direction, and Jeff Moulton, who will lead this initiative and will be up here shortly to provide a presentation, opens up the university to be able to compete for an estimated $133 billion market in contracts at the federal level that we currently are not able to compete for under our current structure. Jeff Moulton, again, who is heading up this initiative, came to us over a year ago from the Georgia Tech Research Institute, where he did led a similar initiative, and before that had several positions both in the military as well as elsewhere doing similar kinds of work. There are resumes in your folder for both Jeff Moulton and John Pursley, who is the other individual involved with creating this initiative on behalf of the university in your folder. But with that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff and have him come up and take you through what the plans are.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. This is a very exciting time here, and I heard Mr. McAllister say that change is inevitable, and it is. This is an opportunity to excel here that I think the university should embark on, and I seek your permission to move forward on this. Just to give you an update, we are ready to go. I clicked the send button after this meeting, so we're ready to start, sirs and ma'ams, whenever you're ready. So why are we doing this, right? So this is, as Dr. Loisel articulated, there's a $132 billion federal market space that LSU is currently not able to tap into. Why is that? Because the university is founded on the cost principles of OMB Circular 821, which most universities do. But in order to do government contracting, you must be compliant with the Competition and Contracting Act, the SECA, and the Federal Acquisition Reserve regulations. We are not that way. Nascent Technologies Corporation will be a compliant federal contractor, enabling LSU to participate in that $132 billion market space. And if you don't know the difference...
Mic a little closer to you.
Oh, yes, sir. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm used to speaking without a microphone and not at a podium. So that said, once we establish this corporation, we will be able to enter this marketplace. We will be a compliant federal contractor. LSU, through the Nascent Technologies Corporation, will be actually able to pursue and target this federal research and development dollars. And if you don't know the difference between applied research and basic research, it's very simple. The university does basic research right now. The D, the R&D, the and part, is the transition between basic research and product development. That market space is almost $130 billion big. So it's an opportunity for our researchers to actually take what's the state of the thought, the state of the chalkboard, and transition that into practice and solve real problems on site for the U.S. government, targeting mostly the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, the intelligence community, and other federal market spaces. We work on a periphery now. We do some of this work now, but we're focused predominantly on the basic element, the basic research element. This opens up the aperture quite a lot. But we're not institutionally ready to do this. Our accounting systems don't work to support this type of thing. Our legal infrastructure is not there. Our contracting infrastructure is not ready for this. Through NTC, that will all be outsourced, and we'll be able to pursue these things in a very timely market, or a very timely manner. So some of the benefits to LSU right out of the gate: quick, fast, quick to market, quick to seize on opportunities, the ability to be able to reinvest in capabilities, in people, in infrastructure, and equipment. By the laws, by the design of the IRS, the 501c3 corporation is specifically designed to continue and operate and increase their ability to present to the government additional capability. That's the intent here. Right? So we actually can make money while we sleep by taking fee off of the contracts that we actually execute, reinvest that fee. At the end of the year, it's a not-for-profit, but I like to say we're a not-for-loss organization as well. We have to have a zero balance sheet, but the reinvestment of that profit or the fee is what keeps us going in perpetuity. And that's the intent. That's a 90,000-foot level. There's a lot of details that I've included in your folders. The articles of incorporations are finished. The bylaws are finished. The LLC is established. The domain names for the websites are established. All we need now is your permission to go forward to actually apply for the IRS for the 501c3 status, and we're good to go.
Jeff, could you give an example?
Yes, sir.
The example you gave me, the cyber, and local businesses such as walk-ons and others?
Absolutely. So there are several things that we've done in the past. So this is not unprecedented. Michigan State Research Institute exists today. Georgia Tech Research Institute, where I came from. By the way, just to give you a scale or an idea of how successful this could be, at Georgia Tech Research Institute, 7 years after I took over, we went from $154 million to $360 million in applied R&D sponsored research. We over doubled in size in 7 years. That is, just to some degree, it was a little bit kind of a learning experience. Growing too fast is problematic too. But in this particular case that President Alexander has asked me to articulate is, there is a lot of, as you see in the papers every day, cyber issues out there. Small businesses, medium-sized businesses, they can't even afford their own IT staff. So if you go to walk-ons today and they have a problem, they're compromised, their point-of-sale vulnerability, your credit cards are being taken away, what do? They call the Geek Squad. They don't have an IT staff. They certainly don't have people like me, cybersecurity professionals. They end up calling the Geek Squad. If you saw what happened at OPM not long ago at the national level, the Office of Personnel Management, where all of our security clearances are being held, they got hacked, but they didn't get hacked. OPM didn't get hacked. The people that were contracting to OPM got hacked. Those are the servers that got compromised. There was no way to protect them. And 25% of all federal acquisitions are set aside for small businesses. 25% of every federal acquisition dollar is supposed to go to a small business. If they're not secure, nobody's secure. And OPM is a good example of that. One of the things that we want to do locally here is to actually put together a small business security operations center on South Campus, where we would provide like a managed security service for small businesses. At least it gives them some level of protection. That's one example of one of the applied research projects that we would undertake. So, next slide. You have the clicker? Thank you. So the structure is very simple. LSU is the sole member of the corporation. We will take direction from LSU. We're not a rogue nation. We don't want to be a rogue state. We don't want to work autonomously. We want to increase the efficiency, and we want to have the latitude to have an accounting system that actually supports this type of endeavor. The board members will be myself, Dr. Lizell, Counsel Skinner, and the corporate officers, again, myself, Tom Skinner, and John Persley, who's not able to be here today, who he and I have a history of doing this for the past 16 years. This is a successful and proven and not precedented move. I think that LSU will enter a new era, and we will be very happy to lead the way there. Next slide. The definition of a 501c3, the things in yellow are what's most important. We will use our net proceeds to maintain, improve, and expand our operation. One of the things that the current academic models do not support is sustainability. Without more contribution, without more of the same, you can't grow. You can't reinvest. You can't develop internal research and development dollars without philanthropic contributions. This has a life of its own. We take our net proceeds, our profit, roll it back into the corporation where we can actually expand and increase our capability set. Just for your information, when I was at Georgia Tech, GTRI, the IRS allows you to have a buffer just to cover periods of downturn, if you will, in the market space. My buffer at GTRI was $17 million. That's a nice nest egg, if you will, to cover the downturn. Next slide. The enterprise is very simple. This is a business model. We are the applied R&D of LSU. We will bridge the gap between people with requirements and problems and our research staff on campus to bring solutions to those problem domains. The most important thing to note about applied R&D is everything works in a laboratory setting. When you have a benign environment or a perfect environment, things work really well. But when you take it out to the field, it doesn't work quite as well. What the applied R&D piece does is solve problems using state-of-the-thought, state-of-the-art, these kids today are so smart. What they think about the problem spaces, we don't do that way. I mean, my age, most of the analogies that I use is kind of ironic because I'll mention something like Ed Sullivan, and they're looking at me like I'm speaking Mandarin. We have a different way of looking at the world. And in cybersecurity and some of the new problem spaces that we are entering today, new ideas, new thoughts, those are the solutions that the government needs. This is the way that The rest of the academic models are working: Georgia Tech, Michigan State, Utah, University of Texas, Texas A&M, on and on, University of Arizona. Everybody's employed this model that's actually pursuing this market space. As the federal basic R&D dollars drop down, the applied R&D dollars keep going up because problems need to be solved not in a laboratory, but in the real world. Yes, sir.
It's very exciting, and I applaud the initiative. But I'm wondering, where does our incubators, as well as the LIFT Fund and our faculty that have awards, how do they interact? Or
Absolutely, very good question. Just went with Dean White literally Wednesday, so I had a chance to meet with him and talk about this initiative specifically. The model that we hope to embrace, which is the same model that we did it very successfully at Georgia Tech, and Texas A&M has done this very well as well. We will spin out companies through an incubator. Some of this intellectual property actually, I think it was 47 last count when I left Georgia Tech. Cybersecurity companies alone in that one particular domain, not to mention materials and other technology area. So we take that intellectual property, entrepreneurial people come in and they start their own companies, and it just continues to, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. This life cycle is goes on in perpetuity. The Nascent Technologies Corporation will take a fee from all the money that's actually generated and the contracts that are actually awarded through the structure, send it over to the SEI, the Stevenson's Enterprise Innovation Institute here on campus. Hopefully we'll be able to spin companies out and bring more revenue, more jobs back into the local area. That's the utopian model. Very successfully executed at Georgia Tech, very successfully executed at Michigan State, and hopefully successfully executed here at LSU.
Emmett is very excited about it, Rolf.
Yes, sir. I talked to him yesterday, so he's all over this.
So just a few follow-ups. So I'm happy to support this, obviously. The need for the 501c3 is what gets you compliant with the feds. It's difficult for me to understand what $132 billion is what you said?
Yes.
$132 billion that the flagship University of Louisiana has not been compliant with an opportunity to compete with this ever?
And that's correct.
And so
2015 appropriations for research and development dollars at the federal level is $132 billion. LSU has not been able to actually even pursue that because we don't have a FAR, Federal Acquisition Regulation, compliant accounting system. And when you actually apply for these things, DCAA will come in and audit your rates, the Defense Contracting Audit Agency, and that must be in compliance with FAR 31.2.
So it's easier to go ahead and kind of prepare or organize the 501c3 than retrofit the accounting system here?
Yes, sir. That would be a hill too high to climb, and extremely exorbitant as far as cost goes.
Right. Are there any of universities, public or private, in Louisiana that are compliant with this opportunity today?
Negative, sir. Louisiana Tech has some government contracting work. There is an exemption within OMB Circular 821 that allows you to work with the federal government, but it's very, very difficult and very limited in scope. So they use a company called Radiance Technologies, who is a FAR-compliant contractor. And Radiance Technologies actually contracts back to...
What is different, just asking Rick, I know, Rick, in some of the areas that you all work in, particularly in engineering and oil and gas, that you do some work with the federal government and participate and compete in those contract opportunities. What is different between that stuff and what you are talking about? Do you know?
Well, having this will give us the opportunity to work perhaps that requires certain clearances that we can't necessarily do and have access to right now.
So the opportunities that we're talking about here today are that have this accounting requirement, the funds that you go after in other areas obviously don't have those same accounting requirements?
That's a fact. So the accounting system that the university currently embraces is OMB, Office of Management and Budget, 821, and that is very good for things like NIST and NIH and the NSF and the normal people that we go after basic research dollars from.
Got it.
But when you go into the applied space, when you're dealing with the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, the intelligence community, you must be a FAR, Federal Acquisition Regulation 31.2 compliant contractor. We are not that. This corporation will get us there, and that's where the door gets open.
Good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
The Louisiana Tech, you said Radiant?
I'm sorry?
Radiant was the firm?
Radiance Technologies, yes, sir. They're based out of Huntsville.
Like Aloha Radiant? Doesn't matter, okay.
I'm sorry, I have a bad ear.
I said Aloha. Is that the?
No, sir. Radiance Technologies is an IT company.
Okay.
That predominantly services Missile Defense Agency out of Huntsville. But they have a pretty big footprint at Louisiana Tech. And by the way, Louisiana Tech is looking to do the same thing. So.
Any other questions? Ray?
Scott, I'm not on your committee. I have one question. Will you tell us about the funding, initially how you're funded?
Yes, sir. Right now, I'm not funded. we will take out a loan through the credit union to basically, give us subsistence to actually get up and going. And hopefully that loan will be paid off in the first year. In fact, after yesterday's conversation I had with one of the potential clients, we may pay it off before we even get it. So, this thing is on fire, and we're excited and ready to go.
Thank you.
First question from our new student board member, Claire.
Not that I feel on the spot now or anything, but just from an academic standpoint, how interdisciplinary do you expect this to be? I know that we're focused primarily on engineering, but do you expect that there are ways to bring in other areas of
Yeah, ironically, it's not even focused on engineering, although I am an adjunct professor in Dean Kubek's college, and engineering is near and dear to my heart. The majority of the things I'm working on right now are either biomed or materials in nature. So we're casting the net across the university. This is meant to put the university, not just the College of Engineering, into a new generation of opportunities. And this goes completely across everybody from all the different ag school, the med schools, the law school, all may participate in this because this is an LSU owned and operated affiliate corporation. So engineering is one piece of that, but not. So the interdisciplinary nature really depends on the application. There are some things that will be very, very conducive to doing interdisciplinary research, like complex computing, data analysis, those types of things. Some things might be a little bit more myopic and more restrained, but it all really depends. The intent here is to make this an LSU force multiplier. So.
Just to remind everybody, the university by itself has about 21,000 attempted hacks every week. So to tell you the severity, this issue's not going away, and I'm just thinking, Claire, about cyber law. That involves a lot of legal issues. So, but that's just our university. So you can't imagine what walk-ons has to deal with when they're just trying to get their credit cards, and they have no infrastructure. They have nobody to call, really, that understands this level of sophistication.
So my goal would be to take Dr. Leisel's pie chart where it said 7.2% other federal and make that the biggest slice in his pie. If I can do that, this will help me get there. Yes, sir.
Blake?
I also applaud the effort and excited about this. Just a couple of questions from a board oversight role. I think attachment 3 was not attached, which are the bylaws, articles of incorporation. So I think those were on.
Easy to get to you. Yeah.
Didn't get to look at those ahead of time, so I have a copy now. But can someone, whether it's Tom or Dan or King, maybe talk about it on an ongoing basis what this board's oversight and how we will handle that to review the operations, what those plans are?
I think I would have ongoing reports of the progress we're making. I think this is going to be a fast-moving one for us, and the board and I, every foundation that's under us, we need to make sure that it's operating in correct fashion, and we're accountable for them ultimately. And this one, Dan, if you want to. Yeah.
Sure, and Tom may want to add to this too, but there's a number of ways in which the accountability and transparency will be maintained here. One, by the virtue of the fact that the general counsel and the chief financial officer sit on the board, there will be ongoing oversight. We can provide reports back to, or have Jeff come back and provide ongoing reports as to what's going on. There will be an affiliation agreement between the university and this organization that will also ensure autonomy, or ensure accountability. So there'll be a number of means by which the board and the university will have direct oversight, and finally, by the fact that we are the sole member of the organization, provides that level of accountability.
To that point, just a question logistically, should you be named individually, or should the position be named as a board position? Because if you go away, you are still named to the board, not the position.
In the actual, as it's articulated in the bylaws, and I appreciate the fact that they're not included in your folder, I thought they were, it does state Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Dan Loizzo.
Okay.
So it has kind of both in there, so, yes, ma'am.
King, I think it would be prudent if, perhaps on a semi-annual basis, a report could be provided to James's committee so they could simply review it as part of their ongoing activities, and that way we would ensure that a standing committee of the board is at least aware on our behalf of progress, things that are, moving well, and then whether it's twice a year or once a year, James, you can give a report to us on your perspective on how it's going.
Sure. We'd be happy to do that.
That's okay, I knew what he meant. Any other questions?
Move, approve.
Rolf, move 1. Bobby, 2. No objection? So moved. Hey, thank you very much for your
Congratulations. Go ahead and hit
presentation.
that button. Send.
Yes, sir. I'm ready to roll. Thank you very much.
And we're going to talk about number 5 now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ballard. The next two resolutions request your approval to set up restricted accounts at LSU. The first one is at the LSU libraries with regard to the ongoing operation of the Louisiana Digital Consortium, which we oversee. Establishing this restricted account will allow for long-term planning and reinvestment in this very important enterprise going forth. As noted, the first year anticipated revenues expenditures are about $30,000. With that, I would ask for your approval of this request.
This is a nice request. Any questions? Can I get a move? Ron, number 1, 2 for Bobby. Any questions or concerns? With none, so moved. Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. The next request is a request to establish another restricted account. This one would be at the LSU Press for the Southern Review. The LSU Press itself currently has such a restricted account. What we're seeking to do is to set up one specifically for the Southern Review going forward. Again, as with the prior restricted account, what this allows the Southern Review to do is to engage in long-term planning and reinvestment in this very important enterprise going forth through being able to restrict their revenues primarily through subscriptions and sales and royalties. With that, I would ask for your approval.
They like these restricted accounts, don't they? So any questions? Bobby? Second? Hank, second. No questions, no concerns? So moved. Last but not least.
Thank you. The last resolution for this committee is requesting the ability to, your approval to send funds back from a sinking fund that was set up in the sale of bonds back in 2007 when the Board of Supervisors was engaged with the Bogalusa Hospital facilities. The bond payments or the bond obligations for those bonds, which totaled about $4.6 million. The bond obligation was extinguished in 2014. The sinking fund that remains is a little over $1 million. The source of the funds that went into that sinking fund were lease payments made by the Healthcare Services Division over the last several years. And with this request, what we are asking for is the ability, now that the debt has been extinguished and there's no further use for these funds, and pursuant to when the fund was set up, being able to send those monies back to the Healthcare Services Division for their use.
These dollars were part of that budget? They were already moved?
No, sir.
So they'll add to it?
They will go back to HCSD.
Okay, any questions?
If approved.
Ron, second? Second. Hank, any concerns? With none, so moved. Thank you, Dan. You did a great job.
Thank you.
I think that's it for me, Ms. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to try and get through the Property and Facilities Committee before we break for lunch. Mr.
Rolfe.
All right, can you call the roll, Kay?
Yes. Mr. McCollister?
Here.
Mr. Ballard? Here. Mr. Angel?
Here.
Mr. Danos?
Here.
Mr. Jacobs?
Here.
Mr. Lawton? Here. Mr. McCrary?
Here.
Mr. Perry?
Here.
Ms. Sanchez? Here.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we have 5 items on the agenda today. The first is request for approval of our 5-year capital outlay budget request. First year prioritized categories for Louisiana State University as well. So let's hear about the wish list. Danny.
Thank you. It is wish list. What we get from the universities is their 5-year plan. Those are the first 4 sheets that you have in your attachment there. The first sheet is A&M campus, and then the next sheet is the Ag Center and LSU Alexandria, and then LSU Eunice and LSU Shreveport, and then the last sheet is Health Science Center, New Orleans, Shreveport, and the Healthcare Service Division. And we take those from the campus and we prioritize them. And pretty much what we do is when a project is completed or receives all its funding, it drops off the list and everybody else moves up. And so we try to adjust it in that manner. And on the priority list that you have, which is the last attachment there, they're broken down into the categories of emergency, self-generated, continuing, and then new projects. And the first project we have on the emergency list is at LSU Eunice, replacement of science lab fume hoods. They're in really bad shape. The exhaust fans are not in compliance with any codes. The second is at LSU Alexandria, the network and telephone cabling infrastructure. It's a very old system. It's maxed out. Replacement parts are hard to come by. If anything breaks, it's really difficult for them. Third item is LSU Alexandria, the infrastructure improvements. This is really an ongoing project. We need a little bit of additional money for the construction, but it's for the flooding of the main campus and reworking some of the roads and drainage features. The fourth project is LSU Shreveport, the roof replacement and repair. It is several roofs that are leaking and needing immediate replacement, mainly at the Noel Library, the H&PE building, and several others. If you go to the next sheet, the self-generated projects are generally revenue bond projects on the residential life projects. And a lot of the number one project there is the new residence hall on the A&M campus. The first part of that is Cypress Hall, which is complete. They have moved in. The second part of that project has been designed and is ready to bid. The second project is Evangeline Hall renovation, which is an upgrade of an existing facility. Third project is the family housing complex, which will provide modern housing for families, and we're reviewing the site selection, and that project is on hold due to the bonds not being sold now. Fourth project is the Student Health Center renovation and addition at the A&M campus. The building was built in 1937. It is really antiquated, and they need to renovate it and do additions for the modern health care that they do there at that location. If you go to continuing projects, the number one project on the list is Patrick Taylor Hall renovation and expansion, and you can probably see out there they have gutted the interior of the north half, and they're doing the steel erection on the addition, so it's moving along pretty well. The renovation of engineering shops for the art department on the A&M campus needs a little bit more funding. We're completing the design and getting ready to move forward with construction. Third project is the Chopin Hall Annex in the chemistry lab building. That is a continuing project. The building is built. We're finishing out the top floor for lab space on that project. Fourth project is at the Ag Center, the Animal and food science facilities. That is a third part of a multi-part project. That it would be to renovate Francione Hall. Fifth project is also Ag Center. That is the livestock education facility, which would be a renovation of the barn part of the Parker Coliseum to be a livestock show area. And if you look at the new projects, the first one on the list is the interim hospital repurposing for the Health Science Center in New Orleans. And this project is new to the list, but we have contemplated it for about 8 years now. The new hospital is complete. They have moved in, so the existing building they were using is empty. And we have been contemplating how we would reuse this for many years. So now it is time to put it on the list. And Dr. Ollier will give a presentation on this project in just a few minutes. The second project is also Health Science Center New Orleans, the Dental School Mechanical Electrical Systems Modernization. And that is to fix a lot of problems that they have out there with electrical brownouts and ADA upgrades that are required. Third project is the Huey P. Long Field House at the A&M campus. It's a renovation, which would be $6 million in general obligation bonds and $12 million in self-generated. And that is to renovate the 86-year-old building there. And the next step after this, after the board would approve this list, we will present it to the Board of Regents. They go over it with all the other systems, and they put together their priority list. And we need to have this list into facility planning for their November 1 deadline. If you have any questions, I can try to answer it.
Questions from the committee?
On the Huey P. Long Fieldhouse, the swimming pool, is anything going to be done for that?
Be filled in.
What we're envisioning for that is to not use it as a pool. We have all of that at the rec center, which is going to be really nice. We would take the pool out, but use that area and put some water features in there to make it reminiscent of the original pool that is there, but make that more of a student outdoor living room.
Reflecting pond.
Reflecting pond, something like that. It would be a nice feature within the building, like a courtyard, and we have some plans that would really make that into a nice feature.
So Danny, this 16-17 adds up to $409 million that we'll put in with Regents, which will then total whatever, and the capital outlay last year, total budget for the state was what?
I can't recall that budget. It's
300 and something?
Yeah, 350 million, something like that.
350 million, I think, yeah. So 350 total for all the campuses. We'll put in 49. We've got ours listed. They'll prioritize, mix everybody else in, so.
Right. The odds are slim to get all of it.
So, okay. Other questions? And you're going to go down there and help us get that 409 on the calendar? All right. Do we want a motion to adopt the capital outlay request for 5 year? Stanley moves. Hank seconds. Any other discussion? Any objection? Hearing none, it is, the capital outlay is approved. Okay, we move to the next item. Presentation of proposed repurposing. Dr. Hollier is going to talk about repurposing of the interim LSU hospital facility. Had the pleasure of going down there with some of colleagues, Dr. Alexander and others, to see that beautiful new facility. And so this is where they moved out of, right?
Well, thank you very much. I think while we're all excited to see the new University Medical Center Hospital open up, we're left with an empty, derelict building. And as all of you are well aware, Charity Hospital has been the main site of training of our over 2,700 students and over 800 residents and fellows. Charity Hospital went under during Katrina, and that is not going to come back. It is up for redevelopment. If someone puts up the $300 million, it is probably required to do that. Fortunately, that is not my problem at the moment. I'm dealing with another issue, and that is the old Hotel Dieu Hospital, which became the interim LSU Hospital. Hotel Dieu, as an entity, was founded in 1859 by the Daughters of Charity. The current building was actually built in around 1970, so it's 45 years old, and it has continued to suffer multiple problems in its infrastructure. This is a look at it as today. It's pretty much put together by additional add-ons or strap-ons that they've had there. They've even had a truck providing power to it for a while. So it is in a bad condition. This building needs repair, and if it's going to have anything done, it has to have infrastructure completely rebuilt. Now, what we would like to do is convert this to substantive use for our Health Sciences Center. The interim hospital presents an opportunity for us to use that as an expanded simulation center. If you look at what has been done in Houston with the expansion of simulation centers and at the University of Florida at Tampa, Tampa has built a center, standalone center called the CAMEL Center, the Center for Advanced Medical Learning and Simulation. And this is bringing in millions of dollars in contracts, including federal contracts, as they come in and do team training and do other operations, surgical teamwork, and ICU training. So this is the opportunity. The interim hospital is actually based right in the center of our campus. If we don't do something with it, we're going to have this derelict center. So we would propose that this be converted to an advanced simulation center, facility for our transfer of our health club for the students, and the new university hospital personnel could also use that, and then also used for our clinical faculty on the upper floors. This is an architectural mock-up of what this could become. Notice it would be the new simulation center for us, and we would move a lot of our activities into this on a day-to-day basis. Concept learning would provide, by simply taking out one of the central walls that crosses, it opens up the entire facility and gives us much better utilization of space, that we would have a very attractive venue for training, for industry to come in. And as we look at the new activity of robotics surgery and other endovascular techniques, all of this would be well housed in there. We currently have a fitness center, a wellness center in the Stanislaus building right at the I-10 interchange. This could move over into this facility. Again, it's all connected by walkways across the campus. And we would expand our ability to charge additional individuals for this from the new University Hospital campus. Our clinical faculty could then use floors 5 to 7 as their clinical offices. It would provide an improvement over the problems that we have right now in the old medical school building at 1542. We continue to have problems with infestations coming across from the tunnels of Charity Hospital. We don't have any tunnels that get out of this place, so I think we would be okay from the rats there. The problem is that it does require a capital outlay request, and we would suggest that we do that. Altogether, it would be staged over a couple years to 3 years to get done, but we could start almost immediately if we were able to get into priority 2 to get and move toward revamping some of the infrastructure. Air conditioning has to be done. The HVAC, the pumps and the electrical systems all need to be upgraded. We would request approval to move on this project.
Questions from the committee? Dr. Oye, a couple things. One, you said you would move offices from the facility across from Charity. What you said the clinical offices, what would happen to that building, or whose building is that?
I think we have a unique opportunity to partner with some of the other state institutions across the state. Delgado has approval in capital outlay now for something like $37 million to expand their nursing school and their allied health schools. Those two schools are complementary to ours. They are feeder systems to ours. And they would love to come downtown near the new medical complex. We would like to have them with us as well. I think there would be some synergies for that. What we would anticipate doing is their political support for the capital outlay, obviously, to do this, but if we were to have faculty offices for us in the interim hospital building, we could vacate that building. They would then come in and renovate the building with the capital outlay that they have. And our building is, the medical school building is 217,000 square feet. They need 200,000 square feet to expand their schools. It's a perfect marriage. They've looked at it, their architects have looked at it, engineers have looked at it, and it seems that it would be a natural fit, and it would be a win-win for all of us, avoiding another derelict building downtown.
And as far as the, you mentioned the health club, but as far as the new facility, you mentioned outside industry, what other potential revenue-producing opportunities are there in that space? As you said, you letting industry use it, rent a space, health club? Is there something else that we can do to generate?
There are several potential opportunities that you would start to consider. For example, why not use it as another hospital expansion? FEMA will not allow that. By their direction, we would have to reimburse FEMA for all the temporary reconstruction that they did there. So that's not an option. We could use it as an ambulatory surgery center and an office facility to do outpatient work. But we have an agreement with the Children's Hospital, CMC, that we would not do anything in competition with them. They have facilities already within the new university hospital to do that. And so that would be counterproductive for us to do that. We've eliminated those options. We have a lot of requests from industry for more time, where we actually they contract with us to use our space. We provide them the facilities, the support staff, the cadavers that they need. We supply cadavers for the entire state, including Tulane and Shreveport and all. So they like that opportunity to do this. So we're looking at a business plan that would help us cover that, while we have a lot of other areas that need deferred maintenance. I think we would be able to maintain this through the revenue stream that comes in with the generation of those dollars.
I applaud that, and I'd love to see that business plan to where we could generate some of the monies to take care of the building and not add another responsibility and debt for the university. So, thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, a question. Dr. Oye, good to see you. The Hotel Jew facility, is that owned by LSU?
It is owned by LSU. It was originally owned by the Daughters of Charity. LSU acquired that building. I wanted to say bought, but I think it was like for $1. In 1991 or 92, LSU took possession of that building. We had been working in there since it was built around 1970 or so.
Got you. And the old charity, is that owned by the division or the state as a whole?
It's owned by the Healthcare Services Division. The Health Science Center will probably take over that facility. We're hoping that that is going to be rapidly renovated. As you know, the state facilities planning has put out an RFP for redevelopment of that old charity building. There had been, I think, 5 to 7 respondents. There have been 3 finalists chosen in that. As I look at the potential recipients of that project, they've all looked at using the Tulane side of the building for renovation into high-end condominiums. The center portion, all of them have looked at using this for a hotel with a named national chain. And the other side has been projected differently by the 3 different proposals. One has been to use it as a research facility.
Mm-hmm.
I have trouble with that because I don't see where the revenue comes in for a research facility. Research costs money, it doesn't provide you money. Another has planned to use it for small business development in the biotech industry. If we can build up fast enough, that would be a viable use. The other has been considered use as a medical mall, which has been successful in other cities. New York has a large medical mall where you can go into the building, and if you're interested in acquiring, say, an X-ray machine, a fluoroscope, you can go in one floor, you can look at the Siemens scope. You can go to the next floor and you can see GE, and then you can go and look at Philips. So they propose that as one of the options. I don't know which is going to be awarded by the state. The state will make that decision.
So ultimately, that, when they make that decision, will that, you anticipate, depending on the winner, that there would be a revenue stream that would?
It won't affect us. Whoever gets this, it will be out of our domain.
So just to follow up, so but the health service district owns it, owns that real estate, and let's assume that the winner is a multi-million-dollar cash transfer to, I was assuming perhaps the health service district, but that is going to go to the state?
Cash transfer that takes place, it will go directly to the state coffers. I do not.
I guess the reason I'm exploring that is it would appear that there may be an opportunity to take the asset of Big Charity and turn it into cash, and then use that cash to fund
I would love to see that happen.
the capital.
God, the reality of the situation, it is a financial drain. It's costing several $1 million. I think it's something like $3 million a year just to maintain the empty facility.
Right.
So it is not any revenue that the state expects to gain from that. I can tell you that 2 of the proposals are to acquire that for $1.
Okay.
One proposal is to acquire from the state for $30 million. That sounds like a better deal than $1 to me, but I'm not sure what the state will decide on that. I do not see any revenue coming to LSU or any of our entities.
Okay, just one more. I'm sorry to continue, but inasmuch as if the state perhaps awarded the $30 million responded to the RFP, you believe that the division of administration already has plans for that $30 million, if that's the way they would go?
I don't know that, John.
All right.
I just don't know
Okay.
I think that Healthcare Services Division is not expected to see any revenue come from that.
Right. Again, I'm just looking at a possibility of turning a non-producing asset into a producing asset in an area that is rapidly becoming an economic engine. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ollier. Next, we have a presentation on the energy update. Tony.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister, members of the board. Normally, we have been making a presentation on the asset optimization program. Energy is a subset of that program, and we have ongoing activities to report in that regard. We're looking at continue to look at the power plant, lighting, and energy policy. Regarding the power plant, we're exploring options with the LSU Foundation on a 501c3 vehicle to develop an energy project in the power plant. That is going as has been planned in the past. We're moving forward. Dr. Lazell will give you some additional information regarding that foundation opportunity in the next presentation. In the lighting arena, we've gotten the first of the detailed reports on 5 of our larger buildings on a conversion to LED. It's a detailed fixture by fixture evaluation that determines what it costs to retrofit, what the savings are, what the timelines for return on investment is. This is a typical single sheet. That particular building is 50,000 square feet, and there's 8 pages of individual line items regarding the fixtures in there. The overall on this building, it's 50,000 gross square feet with a typical yearly utility of $97,500. a year. A retrofit will cost $173,000 and has a 9.1-year return on investment. It is a 20% savings to the utilities, the yearly utilities, but it is a significant payback timeline. This building would be considered one that we would potentially evaluate to do that. It is a classroom building and will remain a classroom building long-term. So 9 years is right on the borderline of where you look to potentially make a decision like that. To drop this building into Southern California, the payback is 3.2 years, or in the Northeast Coast. We produce electricity at 5 cents a kW and buy it at 6. And most of these programs are built around a 13 or 14 cents a kW price point, which makes it a challenge here to get an immediate payback, although it would certainly improve the conditions in the building, the lighting conditions, and reduce our yearly utility budget for the building by approximately 20%. So that's the first building. We've got 4 additional buildings, mostly laboratory buildings, which should have some bigger paybacks, but those buildings tend to evolve to meet the needs. And so we have to weigh whether or not that evolution outpaces the payback. And so it's something that we're going to be looking at closely.
And on that, I know in the past we've talked about the public-private partnership where somebody will come in, retrofit it, and then they'll take the payment for X number of years, put up the upfront cash, so you get the improvement of the lighting, your bills don't change until they get their money back. But, you know, here, like you said, there's a big upfront cash infusion to convert these buildings. With that low payout, is that more something that firms are interested in California than they are in Louisiana?
Well, with the faster payback in other areas, it's certainly a more lucrative job. We can obviously look at other vehicles for doing this rather than just fronting our own upfront cash. This is traditionally, by our procurement laws, a performance contract, and a pretty easy one to achieve. The state in general has had some challenges with performance contracts in the past, and there has been some litigation at the tail end of these contracts, but typically that's because they throw everything, including the kitchen sink, into the job, and it doesn't live up to its saving potential. This type of job is pretty straightforward, and we may be able to consider a project like that. The energy policy that we've been working on is near complete in terms of, you know, the content of the draft. We now will begin the vetting process and engagement with the campus community to determine what issues, what opportunities there are within the guidelines of what we have drafted, and we'll continue to move that forward and shape it into a permanent policy for the campus. That concludes the energy presentation. I'll certainly entertain any questions.
Well, I know one of the other things was our whole plant, which I know is, I guess, going to be covered by Dan as far as the energy plant, our own utilities, right, of the idea of a public-private partnership there.
Absolutely. That the creation of the foundation for that purpose gives us an exceptional vehicle for producing that particular project as a P3.
All right. Well, with that, I appreciate it, Tony. Then we want to move on to any other questions? G, if not, we can go with the update on this LSU Property and Real Estate Foundation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister, members of the board. Mindful of the time, I'll try to move through this in an expedited fashion. We have talked in the past about moving forward with the proposed creation of a property foundation that has a university-wide focus, similar to what we have currently done on this particular campus with the LSU Property Foundation and TAF. So what I'm going to do is cover, we're very much still in the development phase here in collaboration with the LSU Foundation, but I wanted to give you an overview of the concept and next steps. As I mentioned, there's currently 2 LSU affiliated foundations that help the university with regard to facilitating capital projects. The LSU Property Foundation, which is affiliated with the LSU Foundation, and then the Tiger Athletic Foundation. Both of these organizations have a very substantial track record in terms of successful projects for the benefit of the university. But they do have a limited mission and focus on this campus. And as we move further into certainly the One LSU concept, we're looking for more opportunities to leverage the entire the university, leverage opportunities for the benefit of the entire university. So again, the goal of this proposal is to provide an option for us to facilitate select projects across all university campuses where appropriate or where current institutional processes would not be efficient or certainly expedited. As we mentioned early in the budget presentation, and then Danny just covered to a certain extent on capital outlay, we have a significant deferred maintenance backlog at this campus as well as university-wide, and as we are looking at certainly limited state resources down the road to do capital projects and related projects, we need to be more creative in terms of thinking ways in which to get those projects done for the benefit of the university community and the state. The concept, again, is that we would move forward with the creation of a new independent 501c3 that is affiliated with the LSU Foundation and the university. This would be modeled on similar kinds of organizations that have been established not just at this institution but also across other institutions nationally. Provides a vehicle again for the university to conduct these projects in a much more expedited fashion to meet the needs of the university community. Primary mission of this organization will be to assist all university campuses and entities in addressing capital projects. And again, the important part here is to do so in a way that is in full alignment with certainly the university's mission, priorities and timelines. There are a number of benefits as we move in terms of moving to a model such as this. One, as I've noted before, it certainly gives us a way to do these kinds of transactions where appropriate in a more timely or efficient manner. It gives us the combined benefit of the flexibility of a nonprofit 501c3, the university's technical and project management expertise through Tony's shop and elsewhere across the university would certainly be brought to bear as they currently are with projects that we've done through the Property Foundation and TAF. And then certainly we would benefit greatly with the LSU Foundation's experience, the potential for enhanced access to capital, and then certainly the experience they have in terms of managing organizations such as this. And then finally, the main benefit is that it expands the opportunities of an organization like this for the benefit of all university campuses for which there's great demand. Just to give you some examples that could certainly be run through a foundation such as this. Tony just mentioned the power plant privatization. That would certainly be an early project that we would want to explore through this foundation. Other public-private partnerships, housing and further South Campus development are examples. Auxiliary projects, leasing, facility and property management, and then certainly real estate acquisition and development. Just very quickly, some highlights. Again, this would be created as, the concept is that it would be created by the LSU Foundation as an independent but affiliated 501c3. The administrative and compliance support would be provided by the foundation. Again, the Office of Facility and Property Oversight or other external consultants as necessary would be brought in to help with project-specific support and management. And then again, the idea is that each project would be independent, being standalone financially. There are a number of aspects with regard to governance and accountability I will certainly try to cover here. One, we would move, the idea would be there'd be a small, nimble, and focused board of directors, probably totaling 5. We would draw on subject matter expertise across relevant disciplines, and this is a key change from currently the LSU Property Foundation, is that there would be direct university participation on this board and not just ex officio. So again, there's the linkage between the university, certainly the university's priorities and the accountability that brings. The Board of Supervisors in the university under this structure, as they do under the current Property Foundation and TAF structures, would retain approval authority over projects and the disposition of university assets that would flow through this particular organization. And then again, we'll have a brand new affiliation agreement that would be struck between the university and this new foundation that would further accountability and transparency. The estimated timeline, we're on a fairly fast track here, working with the foundation. Over the next few months, there will be a number of organizational activities that will be brought to bear. Certainly the LSU Foundation will need to approve the establishment of this organization, board selection, and corporation activities. Certainly there's quite a bit of due diligence that will take place, and then finally, after the IRS application for 501c3 status, there would be an affiliation agreement struck with the university. And the target date for the launch of this organization would be February of 2016. And then following the Nicholson Gateway project at some point, the idea would be that the LSU Property Foundation, which is currently overseeing that project in cooperation with the university, would be phased out, and this would take the place of the Property Foundation, but again would have a university-wide focus as opposed to just being focused on this campus. With that, it was a very quick presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Stephen Moret is here. We're working very closely with Stephen and his staff on this. He may have words to say or be able to answer any questions as well.
Is there a representative from TAF here today?
No, sir.
This entity, and this is a presentation today, we're not going to approve anything till October, but what I understand is right now this is set up to be the non-athletic property projects that TAF would continue at this point to, operate with athletic projects. Is that correct?
That's true. We would continue our current relationship as we would not change our relationship with TAF under this model. This is basically taking. That was my question. Yeah, this is basically taking the Property Foundation concept that we have in place and making it giving it a university-wide focus, and also put.
For example, I know Bill and Larry have projects right now that could be run through the foundation, so everybody could have access to a property-based foundation, so we could make more swift decisions and
back to the university foundation.
Right.
For the
Dan, how do you figure the makeup, 5-member board is what you're recommending, and how would that be made up of what part outside and which part LSU?
Well, there would be, and again, we're working through those details, but we're envisioning 5. There would be 3 that would be selected by the foundation. We've talked about wanting to have some geographic representation on that, certainly on that board from that standpoint, and then the university, the president and the board would appoint 2 of those members.
And exactly what would come back to the board for approval? How do you view that
What would come back to the board for approval ultimately would be, or what the board will be approving, or what the university will be approving with the board, is the affiliation agreement with this organization. And then down the road, as we do with TAF and the Property Foundation, there would be any projects that we would work with the foundation. We would have ground leases that the board would have to approve, and other such
Sale,
documents.
ground leases, anything of that nature?
Yes, yes, sir.
We would have to approve anything that was just like Nicholson property be put into those projects. If we don't want to, they don't have to go to the foundation. So the foundation, now let me ask you this, Tom, you were talking about the idea of the makeup of the board as a 501c3 along with, for instance, the other foundations. They just have to have a majority. There can be university representatives on there that don't affect the 501c3 as long as they're not a majority of that entity?
Yeah, that's correct. In this type of entity, as long as we don't have a majority, we can be represented on there.
Right, right. And even with projects that we do, those projects have to come back before the board for approval of the design and such, so that, as they did with the foundation building and as we did with Nicholson, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you see this, you said you modeled after, other universities and so forth with a small board. Is it going to be more nimble and quicker than the Property Foundation? Because I know, larger groups take more time, and TAF moves a lot faster than the Property Foundation.
That's the goal, and we've certainly been in conversation with Stephen Morey and his staff, and they share the desire to certainly have a more nimble decision-making process.
Morey, the pace is going to quicken? Yes. Oh, good. Okay.
Question.
Just one thought, as we do this for efficiency and quickness and speed, that we try and maintain a level of transparency as it relates to contracting, and that, all our friends don't get the same contracts when this starts happening.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. We are certainly, the checks and balances and accountability and transparency will be built into formation of this organization.
I want to follow up on Mr. Plessis's comment. This board, we just did a recent, ethics training and so forth that, is very strict and specific because we're talking about, the university's assets under the control of somebody else. What requirements are there of those members to that new foundation?
Well, it depends on the positions that the members hold. You could theoretically appoint trustees or supervisors to the foundation, although that's probably not the ideal solution. You could include university employees. The bylaws, in fact, of the foundation, the broader foundation, are very specific about the obligations that board members have. The obligation of each board member is to the foundation. That doesn't mean, however, that the individual member for each vote can't take into account the university's interests, just as the other board members do.
Well, I just think that's an important factor, and we know we've had some issues with some of our affiliation agreements, and I think the point is Mr. Moore put out, is who ultimately oversees these assets, and the responsibility falls, as Dr. Alexander said, right here with this board. Ultimately, the buck stops here.
That's the reason for the LSU representation on the board. I mean, it would, in some ways, be cleaner, I suppose, if there were no LSU representation. On the other hand, that would sacrifice some accountability and perhaps some transparency. So this is, in essence, a legal compromise.
The other just question for clarity in my mind is when assets are acquired or buildings are built through the foundation, will that agreement transfer those properties back to LSU, or does it stay in the foundation?
It depends on the transaction. Ultimately, all of the assets come back to the university. They are university assets. It just depends on the financing structure for a certain project, but ultimately, all of the assets, they are university assets in the custody of the foundation, and they would accrue back to the university.
Jim?
What are the different types of financing structures for projects that would be undertaken by a 501c3 on behalf of LSU?
Well, there are a couple of them. One, this board could go out and solicit, I mean, they could go out and work through, say, a public finance authority and issue debt. That would be one. That would be one
And then
option.
the monies raised by that debt issue would be given to the 501c3?
The money would be used for a particular project that would, a particular project or projects that would be done through the foundation, and there would be a revenue stream identified through the project to pay off that debt, and it would be in each project such as that would be independent and standalone.
Much like TAF on the stadium foundation, that's the revenues committed to pay off the debt on that.
Okay, what other type of financing structure might?
There could be, you could work with directly with a financial institution and do a private placement where they could come in and finance the project. You could work, certainly there are in some development projects, there are equity-based projects where developers will come in and put significant amount of equity into a project to finance its development. Those typically have much longer lease periods because they need to get their payback. But those are some of the financing structures that have been used.
What about state appropriated capital outlay funds?
Those projects would still remain on the state side.
So the 501c3 couldn't undertake projects using appropriated funds?
No.
That might be part of it. For instance, our Nicholson is being developed by the Property Foundation, but we do have an appropriation for a parking garage there adjacent, which is a capital outlay. So you could have, split projects, one through the university, one through the foundation.
I think you could.
Okay.
Scott?
Yeah, a couple questions. So I think it's a great idea, and obviously this university has seen the benefits of this kind of management and structure, so it's good stuff. Tom, a couple questions. On item number 4, under the Finance and Development Committee meeting, we saw a presentation that requested the establishment of a nonprofit 501c3, and the slide that was presented showed 3 board members, and as I recall, all 3 board members had affiliation with the university. And I thought I heard you say that we had to have one in this particular instance that had a majority that were non-university affiliated?
It depends on the type of entity. In terms of the 501c3, it's closely associated with the university. As we sit here today, we believe we're okay with 3 board members that are affiliated with the university. The type of foundation that we're talking about, that Dan's talking about right now, is very, very similar to what the LSU Foundation, TAF, others have done. Those requirements are somewhat different. They're separate entities. They're completely separate entities.
So when we go to the markets to borrow money, is the full faith and credit of the university behind the debt that the foundation would
No.
No? So folks who are issuing a debt to you do so with the promise of the revenue stream, the security of the revenue stream? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And in terms of the transparency and the contracting and those kind of things that the chair lady addressed, is there a requirement for you all to prepare some kind of procurement procedure manual that we would then have oversight? Because clearly, this is going to sound and smell and feel like LSU.
Right.
And if it gives us an opportunity to be nimble and quick to take advantage of opportunities, obviously we'd all support that. But we can't have anything that feels and smells and sounds like LSU to be inconsistent with a transparent contracting process, because then that feel and smell begins to affect us all. Right? Stink, yeah. So is that I mean, I'm obviously all for this, but I'm assuming that at the October meeting, we would, for me to be able to support this, it is absolutely critical that we have some kind of contract stuff. You don't need to have all those answers today, but we can maybe perhaps work on them.
This will come back in October.
Okay, good.
Presentation, no vote today, and Mr. Morey can address that, but certainly that's why the affiliation agreement is very important.
Absolutely.
And with past issues, we found that the one we have now has a immediate or with cause or a 6-month without cause for this board, so that we ultimately have the power.
And does the
End an agreement as well.
right, does the president of the university maintain any veto power over that 5-member board? If that 5-member board, look, I'm just worried about what I've learned is that the exceptions is what ends up coming back and bites us. This is going to work well. They're going to have good people. They're going to do great things, but it's our duty to have belts and suspenders.
We can shut them down, just like the other ones. That has allowed us to fight through the couple of the other issues we've had. And I've had a couple foundations in my past that we couldn't do that. It was about winning back the membership. And
Correct.
so I'm very cautious about making sure, because at the end of the day, LSU is going to get blamed, which means this board and me, and we're getting the blame. And
Now, the ultimate, as President Alexander mentioned, the ultimate authority is in the affiliation agreement, which can be terminated as the other affiliation agreements. And again, one of the key differences and benefits of this new structure is there will be university appointees on this board, unlike the current foundation, which again gives us greater transparency and certainly accountability back to the university.
Stephen, do you want to comment on it?
Sure, I was just going to add to Scott's question. Fortunately, we already have an LSU Property Foundation at LSU that's existed for many years and has actually executed a number of significant projects in partnership with the university already. Those very issues have been dealt with in each case. So when you think about from a procurement perspective and contracting perspective, to your very exact point, you can't use a 501c3 as a way to circumvent the principle of how state government should work and so forth, affiliated with the entity. I think in terms of teeth, I think the two most important things that stick out to me, one, the board has approval over any transaction involving the disposition of university assets. So every transaction would come to this board. Secondly, to President Alexander's point, the affiliation agreement essentially creates the ability for this entity to even exist or to not exist. So you've really got a very strong position from that perspective. And I think more generally to your point about how this entity conducts business, I think you'd find that the provisions that they've already established over the years will give us a pretty good roadmap for how to make that work. And we could certainly come back to the board and give you more detail on that as we move forward in the development of this entity. Hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, this is just a presentation, so we'll take it up again in October. Thank you very much, Dan and Steve.
Thank you.
Okay, last item, construction update on LSU A&M capital projects.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister. We'll try to make this one quick. As you traverse the campus tomorrow on your way to Tiger Stadium, we thought it good to give you a 50,000-foot refresher on some of the higher-level projects that you will undoubtedly see cranes perched near as you walk through the campus. So the first one on the list is Patrick F. Taylor. It's our largest project to date.
Wow.
It takes postmodern prison architecture into an LSU building at 462,000 square feet. We're excited about this project. It's going very well. It's on budget. It's on time. And we expect Phase 1 completion for July of 16. And the total project completion at the end of Phase 2 in December of 17. Of note, as we discussed earlier, this project captures somewhere between $30 and $35 million of deferred maintenance. So that that much falls off the list when this project is complete. And really, as you look at how we evaluate all of our cap outlay, we're certainly cognizant of that, and that creeps into the decision-making on cap outlay for the future to try to drive that number down. Couple of shots. This is looking west to east. The steel's going up. They have gutted the north half of the existing building, and they're building a new mezzanine on the rooftop to house research equipment. That's going to be a great feature to have in this particular building, because now, as departments get new equipment, we have to find a way to put it in the parking lot and connect it to their laboratory some sort of way. So they've thought about that in advance, and it's going to be a really dynamic facility. The interior build-out is actually ahead of schedule. That some things have had to slow down or stop because they don't have the skin on it yet, and so you can only go so far. The next one on the list is University Rec. It's an $84 million project, 280,000 square feet. It includes fields, tennis courts. The parking's already complete. It is on schedule. You know, there's some rain days in that job, but it still finishes mid-semester, October 16, so we're still pretty much on track on this job.
It's just to point out that there are two buildings that are the most utilized buildings and on campus, Student Union and the Student Recreation Wellness Center, in terms of usage.
That's a huge project for us. It's a lot of moving parts because we're living in and using the building while it's being renovated. So it's a tough project for everybody involved, and but it's going well. This is some of the new structure coming in on the outside, steel being erected, and it's coming along very well.
People get to float down the lazy river in October next year.
No, they've just shut down 2 basketball courts right now. I'm waiting for this thing to get open.
That's right. Ogden Honors College, the French House renovation, going very well. We did the exterior in phase 1, which is largely all deferred maintenance, so nearly dollar for dollar deferred maintenance capture in phase 1. Phase 2 is the interior renovation, where more deferred maintenance dollars fall off of the list. I don't have that number for you. I didn't look that one up this week like I did Patrick Taylor. Completion spring semester 16. And so it's got new windows, new roof, all of the brickwork has been sealed. We have a solid envelope now to work with. They're doing the interior build-out now, and it's coming along very well.
Rolf,
also have the
I'll point out that Rolf McCollister, this is the Rolf McCollister renovation, because he made it happen.
The River Model Facility will be the first building on the water campus. It should be under construction now, but since it is so close to the river, there has been a moratorium on digging, and we can't start until the river stage comes down. But it's expected completion for 16. Studio Arts, we now have the cap outlay in place to get started, and it will begin in the spring of 16. Nicholson Gateway, you've seen a lot of that in the press. It's a $150 million project. There's 2 buildings underway right now. One, the foundation building, and secondly, the Athletic Nutrition Center. And it's moving along well. We are working to finalize the RFP for developers to build out the rest of that, and we are expecting a fall of 18 opening.
Has that been, the master developer selected developer yet on that project?
Not selected yet. The RFP is in its final tweaks, and we're about to ready to move on that. So we're always moving on the campus. Ongoing projects, we have 186 projects for a total of $589 million. There's over the $5 million mark, there's 17 projects going on campus at this time. From 500,000 to 5 million, there's 18 projects going on right now for $17 million total. And under $500 million, there's 151 projects for $220 million.
Tony, the other day, one of our presentations by those master planners, I think they showed how much capital outlay from 2008 to now versus the previous, I don't know, 10 years or something. You know, and it showed the tremendous amount of building and construction on campus here, right?
It's not, their numbers are not inclusive of the bulk of the sub-cap outlay projects. That's a lot of internal renovation, our own student use or facility use fee, where we're tackling deferred maintenance ourselves without state funding.
But the point was is that the number of projects has swelled in the last number of years, correct? As far as kind of construction, particularly engineering, I guess.
I can't tell you previous to my engagement in it, but we have been actively doing a couple of $100 million in new construction a year for the last 5 or so.
Tony, going back on the Nicholson Gateway project, do we have a lot of interest in that project?
Very much. We were right on target with the number of interested companies that do this sort of work. I believe we had 9, and we're narrowing that down, and we'll invite a much smaller grouping of those original 9 to respond to the RFP. And so all of the big players came out on this, and we're pretty excited that we're going to get a great project here.
Great, thank you.
Okay, anything, does that conclude?
Yes, sir, that concludes the presentation. If you have any additional questions.
Yeah, any other questions for Tony? Well, if not, we appreciate it, and thanks for the great work. We're looking forward to cutting those ribbons over the next couple of years. I know Provost Kubek is excited about that engineering building. Just like Tony was telling James, you can hear the interest of the people that want to be affiliated and do business with LSU. So our brand speaks well. I mentioned also there are other things going on. Dr. Alexander and Provost Kubek, and I know Kurt and Steve were there yesterday.
Yeah.
When you know.
Fantastic
Buildings, and then also UMC down there. Bobby Yarbrough was a key leader in making that happen. What a fabulous facility in New Orleans. So a lot of exciting things happening. That concludes the report.
Thank you. Well, we are going to break, and we'll be back. I'm going to give us 1:15-ish, 1:20, but for the board members, we need to take a picture, so go straight out to the front. Thanks.
heavy lifting's been done.
Huh? No, the board members are here. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And thanks, Mike, for showing up. Okay. All right. Now we get down to the fun stuff. Kay, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Plessis.
Here.
Mr. Lassagne.
Here.
Mr. Yarbrough.
Here.
Mr. Anderson.
Here.
Mr. Angel.
Here.
Mr. Ballard.
Here.
Mr. Chatelain.
Here.
Mr. Danos.
Here.
Mr. Jacobs.
Here.
Mr. Lawton.
Here.
Mr. Mallett. Mr. McCollister.
Here.
Mr. McCrary.
Here.
Mr. Moore.
Here.
Mr. Perry.
Here.
Ms. Sanchez.
Here.
Have a quorum.
Great, thank you. I'd like to recognize now Dr. Richardson, who will introduce student and faculty with regards to invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Mrs. Plessis, members of the board, it's truly a delightful pleasure this afternoon to introduce to you true, very, very exceptional young people that's going to do the invocation, the pledge for you. We'll call them up to do that, and afterwards I'd like to introduce them more formally and have them to make a quick statement to the board, if you would. First, we have Caden Guillory, who'll do the invocation, and Ashlyn Tullis, who'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Bow your head if you so choose. Lord, we come before you today to ask for your blessing and guidance. We are thankful for this day that you have given us, for its blessings, its opportunities, and its challenges. May we appreciate and use each day that comes to us. We thank you for the opportunity to gather today and ask for your hand of blessing on this meeting. Please guide us to have wisdom, respect, and humility in our decisions today. May God bless us. Amen.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First, let me introduce to you Caden Guillory. He's a senior at Kinder High School, member of the local 4-H Club Student Council. He currently serves as president of the Louisiana 4-H Executive Board and state president. He's our state 4-H Club president. Throughout his high school years, he's a member of the school's FBLA and Beta clubs. Missed all of his extracurricular activities. He has generally maintained a high GPA and actively serves the community. In addition, he serves as Youth Outreach Director for the Evolves We Teach STEM community organization. On graduating, Caden plans to come to LSU and major in broadcasting journalism. Caden?
Good afternoon. I am Caden Guillory, Louisiana 4-H State President. I'm honored to be here to represent over 240,000 youth who participate in 4-H in Louisiana. In my opinion, there is no amount that could equal the value of 4-H. This outstanding youth organization changes lives and impacts the future direction of youth success in the world. It serves as an outlet for the creative and educational interests of thousands of 4-Hers across the state. When I reflect on the experiences, lessons, and opportunities that I have learned through 4-H, I'm thankful for both the tangible and intangible results I have gained. But before I joined 4-H, I found myself with no outlets. I had no arenas to identify myself. In hindsight, all I really needed was a means of self-exploration and an avenue where I could express my personality. In many ways and aspects, I was a loner. I was simply looking for something to occupy my time when I joined 4-H in the 8th grade. But in no time, I became increasingly involved in the world of 4-H. 4-H has given me an extensive amount of opportunities. Among them, attending the National 4-H Congress for 2 years as a youth leadership team member, as well as a design team member. I've been fortunate to go on a number of other educational trips as well, including traveling to Disney World. All of these experiences have provided me the chance to meet 4-H members from all around the U.S. One of the greatest gains that I have learned through 4-H is service to my community. Through my involvement with my parish junior leader club, I had the opportunity to give food to low-income families by filling and delivering backpacks with non-perishable food items. I've been able to gain several leadership experiences as well. My involvement on the executive board has given me the opportunity to lead and assist my parish and local 4-H clubs. It has opened me up to inspire 4-Hers of all ages to overcome their own fears and insecurities. Above all, I cherish the personal development that I've gained through 4-H. It has been and continues to be a link to being happy and successful. It has shaped many life skills in me, from the age of 13 to my present age of 17. Skills that cannot be bought, but rather planted and developed. Skills such as humility, compassion, wisdom, and leadership. Currently, the 4-H national campaign is 4-H grows. And I believe that 4-H does grow. Not only the skills mentioned here, but so many more. Had I not cultivated these skills through every workshop, contest, conference, camp, and event, I would not be the leader I am today. Thank you for your time, and above all, your support of the LSU Ag Center and the 4-H program.
Next, I'd like to introduce Ashlyn Tullis. She's a senior at Northwood High School in Shreveport, serves on the as student body president, senior class president, 4-H club president. Beyond her current levels, she is also co-president of the Caddo Bossier Junior Leaders Club, district secretary treasurer, Louisiana, Mississippi, West Tennessee Key Club District, member of the Northwest Regional Leadership Board, the national conference delegate on the National 4-H Executive Board. She's received a lot of awards, as you might imagine, such as the Caddo Parish Outstanding 4-H'er, the Cleat Club Award, and being selected to attend both the National 4-H Congress and the National 4-H Conference. Top 10 cent of her class with a high ACT. She's thinking about another in-state university, but she and I are bonding, and so we're working on it right now. She'd like to focus on mechanical engineering with a focus on aerospace engineering. Ashlyn Tullis.
Good afternoon. I am Ashlyn Tullis, a 4-H National Conference delegate from Caddo Parish. To begin my story about 4-H, I would like for you to put yourselves in the shoes of a 4th grader. Just your average kid wanting to be accepted. Perhaps you're not the star athlete or the cheerleader, but just a regular kid searching for a purpose. That kid was me. I imagine the tallest kid in the grade, possibly the most uncoordinated person in the world, and a kid that really didn't feel passionate about anything. Until I stumbled across this little club at my school called 4-H. In this program, you could do anything. You could be a photographer, a singer, or a stock show kid. The possibilities were endless. Getting involved in 4-H ignited a fire in my soul. It not only helped me become a leader in the program itself, it also expanded my leadership into Student Council, Key Club, and National Honor Society. However, that's just my story, and there's so many more to tell. For a moment, I would like to take you outside the borders of this room into a place where the gross national income is $1,720. That is less than $5 a day. Can you imagine living on less than $5 a day and trying to provide food for your family? People in Ghana, Africa can imagine it because it is a reality for them. In a place where most youth don't see agriculture as a promising future, 4-H is flipping the world upside down. Africa has 60% of the world's uncultivated land. 4-H is teaching youth in Africa how to grow food for their families. The children are learning the fundamentals of business, science, and self-sufficiency through cultivating crops. 4-H is not just growing crops in Africa, 4-H is growing minds. This program is not limited to your backyard. This program is not limited to our state borders, and this program isn't even limited to the nation's borders. There are no boundaries to 4-H. It encourages youth to do more, be more, and leave the world better than we found it. What I'm trying to say is 4-H altered my life and pieced together my journey into something greater than I could have never imagined for myself. 4-H is probably the most rewarding thing that has ever happened to me. But the story doesn't just end with me. 4-H is changing the lives of people all over this world and piecing them together oh so beautifully. Because of that, I know for our generation to come, our future is bright. Where something needs to be better, 4-H is there, as it says in the 4-H motto. As 4-Hers, we strive to make the best better each and every day. In Proverbs 4:23, it says, "Guard your heart above all else, because everything you do flows from it." I sure am glad when I was in 4th grade that I opened my heart to 4-H, because I sure do love what flowed from it. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today, and thank you for your support of the 4-H program.
Mr. Bliss, I did tell both these students you'd give them a note to get back into class on Monday since they're taking off.
I'll give them a note to
I have two special people.
join us here.
Yeah. I want to introduce two special people. They have both of them have their mothers with them. I ask them to stand so we can recognize them if we could, please. Mrs. Guillory? My pleasure to introduce our professor today. I want you to pay real close attention because you're not going to understand all the words I'm going to read, but you're going to have an interesting presentation. Christina Saviloff is a PhD, professor in biological and agriculture engineering, a leading international renowned research program in the field of nanotechnology, especially focused on polymeric nanoparticles designed for bioactive components for improving food quality and human health. There will be a quiz. Recognized national and international leader in nanotechnology, as indicated by her funding record, total exceeding 20 million, 49 peer-reviewed publications, constantly serving on the Institute for Food Technologists, Food Nanoscience Advisory Panel, where she's chair of the International Food Society for Food Applications and Nanoscale Sciences. Numerous awards over the years, such as LSU Distinguished Professor Award, ASABE New Holland Research Award, Ag Center's Rogers Research Award, LSU Gamma Sigma Delta Research Award of Merit, Tiger Athletic Foundation Undergraduate Teaching Award, Through research and teaching, Dr. Sabloff determined to address the multiple challenges, and many opportunities at the interface of bioengineering and nanotechnology, and contribute significantly to the safe application of nanotechnology, food, agriculture, and health. We recently featured Christina on the front page of our News and Agricultural magazine, and she agreed to be on the front page if she could pose with a student. And so that tells you about her commitment not only to the science she's doing, but to the students that she's serving. Let me introduce to you Dr. Christina Sabaloff.
Thank you for the introduction and for inviting me here. You will have to deal with a scientific slang and a Romanian accent, so we'll see how we'll do. I was asked to give a very brief presentation, and it is a brief presentation, hopefully interesting too. We'll talk about nanotechnology, so I thought I would start by defining what nanotechnology is. Nanotechnology refers to things that are about 1 to 100 nanometers. That's about 1,000 times less than a hair, where unique phenomena occurs. So the Nanotechnology National Initiative thinks that nanotechnology will change every single aspect of our life as we know it. So some areas where I think I will help are medicine, agriculture, biotechnology, and engineering. So in our lab, we build polymeric nanoparticles. Those particles, like I said, are very small structures made of a polymer which we can load with drugs. For the purpose of this presentation, we'll refer to drugs as bioactive components because sometimes we extract them from plants. So bioactive components, if you look at the picture, are entrapped in the polymeric matrix. This doesn't work, so that's fine. And we can engineer this particle to have certain surface properties which will help in our application. I like the system because we can design it to be biocompatible and biodegradable. We can protect what we entrap inside and target it to where it's needed, for example, in cancer therapy. We can also enhance bioavailability of the bioactive component, as I will show, and we can release how it is delivered. We can control the release for improved efficacy. So I'll talk about two things in 5 minutes. One is efficacy, the second one is toxicity of the delivery system. So when we look at these particles, they look like this under a transmission electron microscope, and we want to see what is antioxidant activity of vitamin E. We take vitamin E, alpha tocopherol, entrap it in these particles, and then we see what is that effect of entrapment on cholesterol oxidation. And we find out that we can protect 100% of cholesterol from oxidation when we entrap vitamin E in the particle, rather than 20% when the vitamin is delivered as a free component. This is very relevant for cardiovascular diseases and diseases where oxidative stress is the triggering factor. So bioavailability is another thing we're looking at, and we apply particles to cells and measure how much vitamin E is now in the cell when we entrap it in the nanostructure versus the free vitamin E. We see a significant increase in the uptake, which is very exciting, for example, for treatment of Alzheimer's disease. And we work with the ULM College of Pharmacy to develop an application in this area. In vivo data, this time on a different bioactive, is not vitamin E, but it's lutein. And you might be exposed to it, for example, in eye drops, if you use those. Lutein is a marigold compound, and it's very good for preventing macular degeneration. So we found that bioavailability of this compound is also improved when nano-delivered. And when we apply to eyes of animals, rats, which had chemically induced cataract, we can reverse that action, but that is not true for lutein in its free form. So very exciting news. This is patent pending, and we're hoping to license this technology to address macular degeneration, as I said. So this is the Louisiana Agriculture. You might have a copy of it. Kurt Ristroff is my beautiful undergrad student working very hard in the lab, and he deserves to be on this cover. Learning how to engineer particles, we thought, why not engineer them to stick to the surface of leaves and deliver pesticides, for example, to improve soybean looper impact. And this soybean board is funding this. They've been funding us for a long time, so I appreciate that. And with this image here, we became famous, locally at least. The story, though, was picked up nationally, and that was a great thing for United States Department of Agriculture. I like making my program director happy, and this was one way. He was very happy he called me. All right, what about safety? So for now, you should be very excited, just like me, that nano delivery systems are great. But you as consumers, just like me, you should also be worried about their toxicity. So are these nanoparticles safe if we are to use them in food, agriculture, and medicine? So while I was looking at the advantages, efficacy for about 12 years while here, only lately I thought about maybe addressing safety issues as well. So we can't do this in people, we do it in animals though, and we are interested where do these particles go in the body and what is the toxic effects of the particles. And we look at liver, spleen, intestine, and we find that we design the particles to be biodegradable. So therefore, the toxic effects are very little to none. So what is my take-home message for you? In Sablyov's lab, we make polymeric nanoparticles. These are great ways in which you can address oxidative stress, you can improve stability and bioavailability of drugs, and you can address diseases such as cancer, Alzheimer's, macular degeneration, all related to oxidative stress. And also you can address agricultural problems by entrapping, for example, pesticides in the nano delivery systems. So with that, I want to thank my group, my administrators, and my funding agencies, because without great people and financial support, there is not much you can do in a research lab. Thank you very much.
Chairman, President, we do have copies of the magazine she referenced back here if anybody would like to pick one up. Thank you very much.
No questions?
Future of agriculture looks pretty good.
Yes, it does.
Those kids, with the young kids and this kind of research.
Thank you very much. So as we move on to the next item, I'd like to take personal privilege to talk to you a little bit about our president, Dr. Alexander. This afternoon, earlier today, I, and along with board members Bobby Yarbrough, Scott Ballard, and Ray Lassane, met with with President Alexander to conduct his performance evaluation. And based on the feedback from members of the board, we expressed to President Alexander our steadfast and overwhelming support for his performance as president of LSU. The board unanimously feels that Dr. Alexander is a tremendous asset to LSU and has done a remarkable job. LSU is experiencing impressive enrollment increases, and in particular, a more diversified and academically qualified student body. LSU's philanthropic support is at an all-time high. Our students are better prepared, better compensated, and graduating with lower debt than our peers. Under all the leadership of Dr. Alexander, he has implemented academic, administrative, and operational realignments to save money and reduce redundancies. This spring, he proved that he is the voice of higher education in the state, leading the charge to restore state funding for the preservation of higher education. He has taken his message of financial aid reform and outcomes-based funding to the national level, ensuring that LSU is prepared to meet the expectations of students, parents, and the taxpayers who invest in an education at LSU. Just this month, he was featured in Washington Monthly as one of the country's most innovative college presidents. Under his leadership, LSU is more unified, more efficient, and more focused. I speak for the board in expressing our belief that Dr. Alexander is leading the university in the right direction. And so, pursuant to Dr. Alexander's employment agreement, based on the positive evaluation and upon the board's formal action to be taken next month, Dr. Alexander's contract will be extended to 2020. Thank you. I open it up for any board comment.
Well said, Ann.
Absolutely.
And so, now comes to this time that I prepare to pass the gavel to Mr. Lassane. And I just really have a few short words to say and really just express how truly blessed that I've been to have been chosen by this board to serve as your chair over the past year. You know, in life, God gives us a lot of assignments. And God knows He has given me many over the last 25 years that I've been alive. That's a joke, guys. I mean, really? But no, honestly, I mean, when He does give us an assignment, what we have to do in those instances is recognize that there is a purpose. And not those assignments should be used to serve others and not to self-promote. And what I've hoped that I've done is to use the intellect that he has given me to help provide guidance along with the other very intellectual and smart and tremendous guys and gals that I serve with on this board to have better outcomes for our kids. And so I look forward to continuing my work on this board. I have said over and over, I've served on many boards, but none that has such a tremendous group of leaders as the ones on this board, and I feel it is a privilege to be a part of your team and really to call each and every one of you my friend. So thank you very much. So now comes the election of our chair-elect, and I would like to now call for nominations for the chairman-elect of 2015-2016, if I could get a motion.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Scott Ballard.
We have a nomination of
I'll
Mr.
second
Stock
that.
Ballard and a second by Mr. Chatelain. Is there any question? I know we have a lot of questions, but for right now, hearing no questions, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Having no opposition, congratulations, Mr. Ballard. You are our new chair-elect. And with that comes the oath of office. If we could have Mr. Ballard meet Mr. McCleary down to administer the oath, as well as Mr. Lassane to also have his oath re-administered for this, well, not, I guess not re-administered, but take pictures. No, it was. I'll move everything while you're down there.
warmer weather.
Yes, warm or hot? Okay. Well, bear with me while I'm getting my hearing aids turned up now. Okay. Thank you very much. First item of business is we're presenting a resolution to Ann, and I want to read some of the comments. This resolution was prepared by Doreen. The comments came from our board members, so this is truly from the board, and so whereas Ms. Duplessis has been an outstanding board leader, providing common sense and deliberative and decisive leadership during her tenure as chair, and whereas Ms. Duplessis, above all else, embodies a deep conviction for fairness for all and an unwavering commitment to higher education's affordability, accessibility, and achievement. And whereas Ms. Duplessis has proven that she is not afraid to take a stand on important or controversial issues facing the university and makes informed decisions only after fully analyzing and assessing the environment, researching and obtaining relevant information, and securing consensus among board members. And whereas Ms. Duplessis made herself accessible at all times to board members, President Alexander, and the staff while impressively balancing multiple personal, professional, and community obligations, with the most important being her loving husband Virgil and her beautiful children and grandchildren. And whereas Miss Duplessis is one of the guys, but always a charming Southern lady with a heart of gold, a fun-loving sense of humor, and an infectious laugh. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University does hereby express its appreciation to Miss Ann Duplessis for her leadership and contributions to the advancement of LSU. Now, Ann, if you will join us up front for a presentation of a framed copy of this resolution. And let's see. Bobby? Yes. Will you join us up here?
Absolutely.
And Scott?
Taking charge already.
Okay, moving right along. Before we get to the other parts of the agenda, I would like to introduce our student member. This is her first meeting here in Shreveport. She has met once before, I believe.
Baton Rouge.
Oh, Baton Rouge. She's been, oh, I'm sorry. I am in Baton Rouge today. Oh, well. First meeting in Baton Rouge. She was at the Alexandria meeting in June, but Claire Sanchez, we're welcome We welcome you to our board. And if you will, just for the audience, will you tell us a little bit about your background and your education?
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I'm originally from Lake Charles. I went to undergrad at Westminster College in Missouri, where I graduated with a degree in biological sciences. So thankfully, I recognized a few words in that presentation earlier, although they were foreign to most of us. I am currently a third-year law student at the Paul M. Hebert Law Center, and very, very proud to be representing students of the LSU system.
Thank you very much. I know I didn't warn you that we were going to do this, so thank you.
And also very grateful to past chair Ann Duplessis for being the other female on the board. Not alone.
And Claire has received a job offer that she's accepted for Taylor Porter next year. So
Congratulations. That is great.
That shows that there are lawyers that can still be employed today in this environment.
We're doing all right.
Okay, next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the board meeting held on June 19th in 2015. I move. Okay, motion to accept.
Second.
Second by Mr. Chatelain. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, personnel actions that require board approval. Tom, will you present the personnel actions, please? Any personnel actions to?
I'm sorry, I do this to every chairman, and I needed to do it to you.
The staff has reviewed the personnel actions and recommends approval.
Okay. Any questions? Do we have a motion? Motion, Mr. Yarbrough, second, Jack Lawton. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Presentation of strategic initiative. Dr. Alexander is, oh, okay. You moved. I was trying to find you. Okay, I'm not used to looking at you back there. So Dr. Alexander will present an overview of LSU strategic initiatives.
We wanted to do this sort of in a brief presentation because while we didn't have an August meeting, and our last meeting was June 19th, we did have our second retreat with our chancellors and our vice presidents where we met in Baton Rouge for a day to talk about the issues and the strategic objectives that we're all headed towards together. And this is just a brief outline of what we discussed and what we expect from one another in collaboration, but also what we hope to see grow and expand as we go forward with these objectives. Let's see. Enrollment, naturally. When anywhere from 74% of our budget to 67 or 69% of our budget is coming from our students have never meant more to the institution financially than they do today, and that's in enrollment and retention. But more importantly, the commitment that we have to our students needs to even be that much stronger because they've never had less opportunity, economic opportunity in this environment than what goes on each and every year. In fact, during this last recession, over half of those new jobs that were created are called good jobs and required college degrees. So there's many, many, many metrics that we can look at, but we know we need to give more students an opportunity to have an LSU education. That's not just our freshman undergraduates that show up at age 18. We've got to do a better job at tracking and following, which we are signed on to the SAM model in Washington that I hope to introduce to this board in the coming months of how we follow more students, more lifelong learning students, more transfer students that we see that we're working on to improve the 2+2s, more graduate students and professional students, of which a number of our institutions are excelling exceedingly well, like LSUS this year with the largest graduate enrollment it's had. At the same time, our main campus, LSU A&M, as our provost knows, we have had to hit the reboot button with regard to graduate education because it's at a 5-time low. And the way we operate graduate education, what we expect our deans to be working, and the collaboration and the quickness and agility that we respond to graduate applications, all of that will be reformed this coming year. Dual enrollment. Dual enrollment is something that gives our high school students a major leg up. And the more of our students that are taking dual enrollment courses, including my own daughter who's a junior at U-High, the better they get off to a better start in college and reduces the time to get a degree for many of these students. So it's nice to see some of our students, but not as many as we need to, taking dual enrollment and showing up on campus as second semester freshmen or first semester sophomores, and course with their credit hours. Online programs. We've had great success at LSUS in graduate education with the online expansion. A lot of online expansion right here at LSU A&M, but more importantly, we have to address the needs of the people that are out there. There are adult learners that aren't going to relocate to our campuses, that have started college somewhere, may not have finished college somewhere, and or get programs all the way to Germany and Indonesia to our bases and armed forces where they can come back to LSU because they already have 2 years of coursework underway as they traveled around the world to protect our safety. Improving retention. Retention is perhaps the easiest student to recruit is the one who's already there. And we've got campuses that are improving retention, but we always can do better. So we're going to be looking for more and more ways to collaborate to enhance the retention of our students from freshman to sophomore, sophomore to junior to senior, and so on. Reviewing of costs, and financial aid. This has more to do with what we're dealing with our Board of Regents. For example, the environment that law's in today is very different than the environment our medical schools are in. Law has had a substantial reduction in enrollment because many of our students are getting outbid on the marketplace out of state. And once again, we're going to be seeking tuition autonomy in this coming session because we can't even lower our out-of-state law rates. And our out-of-state regular student undergraduate rates are really at a high threshold. We may need to be flexible in moving those up and down to meet the growing needs and demands of the various fields of study. Academic core. We need to ensure that when we add faculty positions, that those faculty positions correlate with student enrollment growth, with major growth, and not just because we've always had that many faculty in the department. Departments are all justifiable when they expand, but it's the retraction that we get in trouble with in universities. When do we retract in departments? When do we merge departments because the environment for those graduates has changed dramatically? Academic research, reviewing our academic program offerings. We need to review them, constantly review them. This year we're going to be under a lot of pressure to prove how many programs we've closed, but also how well we're reviewing our academic programs to either eliminate or add additional programs as we go forward. Revising the IRB. This is something certainly our researchers, our provosts, ag centers, our medical centers. One of the problems we've had with federal grants is not just we're not qualified for certain pools of them, but we slow ourselves down dramatically through the IRB process. We're going to be looking to change that this year, enhance that, so that we can respond to the grants that are out there, and the private and public side grants that are out there. Add to our computational capacity, constantly looking for ways that we can build data systems, utilize analytics, and utilize metrics to find out exactly how well we're doing and where are we doing the best, so we know where to invest and keep investing as we go forward. These are charges for all of our campuses as we go forward. And finally, we must improve our external support. External support through our outreach initiatives. We have hundreds and hundreds of outreach initiatives that when we started gathering the data on how many families and how many businesses and how many schools and how many agricultural farms we serve, we are everywhere doing fantastic outreach initiatives, but we don't know about them. It's hard for us to consolidate that information, get it into the hands of the citizens of Louisiana that have probably grown to take us for granted in so many ways in so many parishes of this state. They know we're there. We need to ensure they know exactly what we're doing there and how well we're helping populations, the economy, as well as health throughout the state. Grow philanthropy. We've talked about as we go forward as One LSU, we'll be looking to build a One LSU campaign down the road. And that involves the entire state, and that involves the capacity of our med centers, it involves the capacity of our ag center, it involves the capacity of Shreveport to Eunice to Alexandria to Baton Rouge and to New Orleans. So this will be a comprehensive effort. We've asked Stephen Morey to start working closely with the other foundations from our other campuses to ensure that we are doing things more swiftly and that we can provide services that they need, that they can't provide for themselves on their own campuses. And stabilize state support. Need I say more? We were the hostage this past session, and it went right down to the last 90 seconds. And we just can't put ourselves in that type of unpredictable situation, because what's at stake are faculty hires. What's at stake are out-of-state students and in-state students that might get scared off. What's at stake are virtually everything that I just mentioned. So these are the initiatives, these are the discussions, the objectives that we worked on together as one LSU, and we look forward to being measured by it next year at this time. How well did we do in these various areas? And we look forward to presenting a report card of some sort to see if we're improving upon these very areas. That's what that day was about. But we thought you should know because I got a number of questions from you, and I wanted to put some context to it. Questions you have for me?
Any questions?
I just want to applaud the many initiatives that you all have undertaken, and the transfer, the dual enrollment, the online. I mean, you got so many things going, but that's the kind of activity it's going to take to compete. And, you know, I can see why you're among those recognized as innovative presidents, because, you know, it's a global market, and, you know, I'm excited. I appreciate the strategic report earlier. This report now, I mean, this is more information than the board has, you know, gotten in a long time, and it's exciting. And this is a good story that we have to tell people, because a lot of people hear the trouble, the financial and everything, and they think about that. But you know, this is a lot of good information that we can share with people what's going on. It's certainly been helpful and exciting to me. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And so I just wanted you to know what we're going to be working on.
King,
Thank you
we
very
have
much.
every confidence, this board does, that you will meet and exceed every one of these initiatives and goals you've set for yourself.
Well, I'll even tell you the ones we don't.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Steve? King, can I ask you one question or suggestion regarding a discussion you brought up to this board over the last year or two? I think it's very important to include in these metrics those mid-career earning metrics that you began to uncover. You know, those are often forgotten, and that really goes to the core of your analysis on value and investment by parents and what these degrees turn into. And you know, you've got a lot of great things you're building on. There was probably none of them as profound, you know, that spoke as loudly as that particular one. So please continue to include that and track it.
We will.
And also, would you keep an eye, you and the provost, on one other thing? The last 8 years, we've seen a significant decline in the percentage of number of full professors. We see full professor, associate professor, and assistant professor. We've seen the bar chart, when you line them up, it's reversed. And so one of the things that does affect, along with graduate student stipends and, you know, we're talking about our graduate education programs, the power and the value and the name and the reputation of those full professors. And we've sacrificed a lot because of the budget cuts we've had, but I think we need to put some attention toward rebuilding senior faculty as well as younger faculty, because I think that's going to pay off, and it'd be nice to see that in how we make progress as well.
Well, you heard from one of them today we picked off from Georgia Tech, Jeff Moulton, and he's just one of many that we'll go after. But I'd also like to point out that we're going to be holding ourselves accountable to diversifying our faculty too. And in an environment where we've never had more African American students coming to us, never any more African American, more graduating than ever from us, more Latino students coming to us, more Latino students graduating from us, we need to ensure that the faculty and staff are continually striving to look like our student body, that to show our students what the world is going to look like when they get out. So, thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right, next item on the agenda is a report from the Council of Staff Advisors and Faculty Advisors. We'll call on Dr. Ken McMillan to address the board on behalf of the Council of Faculty Advisors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lassane, Board, President Alexander. It is with appreciation that we give this report every month. Obviously, I can't substitute for President of our Faculty Senate, Cope, and Chair of our Council of Faculty Advisors, but I'll do the best that I can do under the circumstances. We do want to thank President Alexander for his guest column in Wednesday's Advocate. It did highlight LSU's nationally competitive education and the value to Louisiana, and it recognized faculty scholarly activities in our instruction. So we're very appreciative that he was emboldened to do that, and it came out on a very timely basis. We're also appreciative of Interim Provost Kubak and Vice President Lozelle. I'm not sure whether Dan's still here or not, but they initiated a committee based upon Faculty Senate Resolution 1411 to establish an Administrative Process Improvement Committee to reduce bureaucracy and streamline routine activities. And so that committee is now underway. There is a website that's active, and so everybody, including the staff members of the committee, should be commended for initiating that and having prompt activities. Thanks to Dr. Chancellor Dan Howard's hospitality, we continue to have statewide faculty summit meetings at LSUA. We did meet on June 20th, and activities that we initiated included plans for a statewide faculty information distribution network, i.e. an email list so that we can communicate among campuses the faculty important issues, develop faculty governance structure templates, and obviously LSU is a leader in that regard, and improving relationship with media, legislators, and communities on higher education value and making it more visible in Louisiana. Along with the administrative support for higher education down at the legislature, we also believe that the higher education meetings that university faculty members initiated with legislators last fall and this spring in Hammond, Shreveport, and Lake Charles also reflected the value and needs of higher education and also had a direct result on the legislative outcomes. Our next summit meeting will be this next Saturday, again with Dr. Howard's hospitality, with emphasis on faculty governance and leadership development. At this meeting, Southern University System President Dr. Belton will talk about the importance of faculty governance, and we'll have faculty leaders from various campuses talking about their faculty governance structures. We want to particularly note that Dr. Belton has commissioned a faculty compensation policy committee that has heavy faculty participation to look at their means of compensating, in this case, to build on Mr. Perry's remarks, senior faculty as well as junior faculty, as well as recruitment and retention of faculty members. Commissioner of Higher Education, Dr. Rollo, has spoken at 3 of our summits, the last 3 since he's been in the state employed in that position. His recognition of the importance of faculty input into higher education planning has been exemplified by faculty participating yesterday in the Deloitte Consulting Company mini seminars in proposing options for the Board of Regents master plan revisions and the appropriate performance metrics so that we can accurately and precisely measure what job we're doing in educating our students. We, the faculty, urge this governing body and university administrators to not only continue but to improve the inclusion of faculty in strategic planning and in policy recommendations, and to increase their recognition of faculty. We obviously are the primary determinants of student and institutional success, which will be much more improved through deliberate and diligent consideration of our concerns and needs. We also would like to have a renewed effort for reconciliation with the American Association of University Professors, because the censure has a long-reaching impact upon some of the aspirations that we have at LSU. It should be noted that several of the Board of Regent Detroit consultants indicated that this was a serious concern of theirs in their decision to come and help the Board of Regents to revamp, since we have 5 institutions in Louisiana that now are on the AAUP censure list. An action of good faith toward the faculty by this board would be to provide definitive details and time schedules for the full integration of campuses, so that indeed we truly are one LSU, most particularly initially for the Law School and Ag Center, since these consolidation efforts appear to be indefinite. We understand that campus administrators need to have some degree of autonomy. However, some of the disparity was indicated today when the Ag Center proposed a retirement incentive plan, and none of the other campuses seem to have that aspect in place. We understand there are budgetary constraints that require certain actions on other campuses, but this also causes dismay among the faculty when there are disparities such as this presented. Many faculty have expressed dismay over the increases in athletic coach salaries that appear month after month after month before this body. This continues to perpetuate the perceptions that LSU has sport as a priority and academics only as an afterthought. Of equal concern today is the apparent disregard of the athletic department for the authority that you all possess. This was highlighted when the Student Reveille newspaper on Wednesday announced that we had already hired a co-coach, which technically did not occur until you ratified the personnel action a few minutes ago. We also would like to continue to have transparency in the academic personnel actions on each campus, now that each campus chancellor has the decision-making authority. We obviously share the board's sentiments in appreciating the leadership shown to the board by Ms. Duplessis with all of the difficult decisions that she faced this past year. We hope that Mr. Lesane and the board will have even higher achievements and success this academic career. We, the faculty, know that sometimes we're difficult to put up with, but if there are increased faculty input and a recognition of what we do contribute, then it will more adequately allow us to fulfill the responsibility for educational policy that you have delegated to the faculty on the various campuses. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I'm be glad to answer any questions that you might have about my faculty report.
Any questions? No questions? Thank you, Dr. Miller. Ms. Julie Perkins, will you address the board on behalf of the Council of Staff Advisors, please?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. My name is Julie Perkins, and I am the Assistant Dean of Finance and Administration at the LSU Baton Rouge College of Music and Dramatic Arts. And I think my dean would be mad at me if I didn't take the opportunity to remind you that the fall season has begun, and there are many guest artists, world-renowned, coming to LSU for our college, performing for and with our students, and I invite you to be there with us. The calendar is obviously online, so hope to see you there. Today I am before you, though, as the chair of the LSU System Council of Staff Advisors for the 2015-16 year. I'm pleased to announce Vice Chair Gina Doucette from Pennington Biomedical Research Center, Secretary Sharon Salzer of the LSU Agricultural Center, as well as representatives from each of the institutions in the system who comprise our council and serve as a voice to the LSU staff statewide. We have two primary goals for this year. The first is to continue to foster open communication and sharing of ideas amongst governing bodies on our campuses. Plans are in the works for at least one meeting to occur face-to-face rather than electronically. This, as you know, can be a little challenging to build those relationships when we're never really in a room together. The second is to bring light to the many successes of our individual staff members, as well as groups of staff who are going above and beyond the call of duty on a daily basis in an effort to provide excellent service and support to our students and faculty. We are, of course, at your service, and we look forward to a productive and engaging working relationship. We hope that you will call on us throughout the year to support your efforts to continue to unite us as one LSU. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins. Any questions? Thank you. All right, we'll move now to the President's report by Dr. Alexander.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I'd first like to recognize and thank Mike Farrell for coming down. He's Vice President for Business Administration and CFO of LSUS, for sitting in for Larry Clark, who couldn't be with us due to a family emergency. But I'll also say that Larry, walking in there and cleaning up what you were able to clean up to get a balanced budget was quite an extraordinary task. So, and I know you played a major role in that as well, walking in, dealing with a $1.5 million deficit when Chancellor Clark took over. So thank you for all you've done there. Much ado has gone, as you know about, that you probably read about the college scorecard. I just wanted to let you know what the college scorecard does now. It's a release by the federal government, and it will be, I think, quite stunning to parents and students who have had very little information about the value of a college and education. And I'll just tell you the types of things that you could find, but also tell you that we've had this posted on our public goods page for more than 2 years. So the college scorecard actually looks an awful lot like the LSU public goods page. Things like annual cost, where if you take a look at the annual cost, and since it's the SEC season starts tomorrow, you'll find that an LSU student pays, an average LSU student there's only one institution that charges less the actual cost to a student. We are 13th of 14 schools when it comes to actual cost for education, which is a great advantage to our students. Typical total debt. Where do we rank? We're near the bottom at 12th of 14 schools in total debt. Graduation rate, got some work to do, but we're 7th in graduation rate. Early salaries, we're 6th in early salaries, starting salaries in the SEC. Where this really comes in handy is if you take the low cost and you put it with the higher earnings power, you find out that the rate of return for an LSU education ranks 2nd in the SEC. 2nd in the SEC, and 6th out of 50 flagship universities in the United States. And so these are the types of data that are available, and I encourage you to go to the website, College Scorecard, to do college comparisons. You find out also some institutions that probably shouldn't be getting federal money, and institutions that have been telling parents a lot of fraudulent information about what's going to happen to their graduates. What this does is it takes U.S. News and turns it on its head, because U.S. News is nothing but an input measurement. This is an output measurement. What happens to our graduates? What happens to our students? How well are they earning? And we will keep posting the mid-career earnings and keep that data nationwide. We won on the early salaries, the argument we had on early salaries, but we couldn't get them to go as far as mid-career earnings, but we'll certainly keep trying. Enrollment reports, I'm very pleased to share with you after the 14 days went by. Our enrollments, our medical centers, they're up 31 students. A&M campus is up 372 students. LSUS is up 349 students, primarily in graduate education, with some work to do we need to do on the undergraduate side, as A&M needs to do on the graduate side. LSUE is down 90 students, so now we are glad Chancellor Russell is here, and we know she will turn LSUE around in no time and have them back on the positive side of things. But perhaps the most interesting story is the numbers that I'll turn it over to Chancellor Howard, because they've set an all-time high record at LSUA. Chancellor.
Thank you very much, President Alexander. May I ask you please to dig this document out? I had the great good fortune 19 months ago to be interviewed by our president, by Bobby Yarborough and Blake Shotlane. I was an hour late for the meeting because my driver didn't show up from the airport. So, and they fed them one Subway sub. It was a 12-inch sub that they cut into 4 parts. And this is God's honest truth. That's what they had for lunch, waiting for me to show up. But I had a wonderful, stimulating conversation with those 3 gentlemen. And as a consequence of that, Dr. Alexander at the very end pointed at me and said, I know you have a lot of duties to take on as chancellor, but I want you to grow enrollment. I said, yes, sir, we'll do that. So if you'll open this up, look on the left-hand side, you should see this Excel spreadsheet. Fall 2013 to fall 2014, we increased headcount by a little over 21%, credit hours by 22%, and tuition and fees by 24.9. We replicated that fairly closely for the spring semester. As you know, there's some declination there that normally occurs for graduation and natural attrition. And then this fall, we increased our headcount by almost 15%, our credit hour production by almost 14%, and our tuition and fees by almost 18%. It turns out we were in a death spiral with our enrollment, and in fact, in 2013, we had the lowest headcount in 25 years. Now, the interesting thing at that point was that was when the university was a community college that was open enrollment. So now you take a more restrictive, reserved environment, and you compare where we were in 2013 versus where we were in 2015. Our head count is up 39.01, and yes, credit hours up the same amount, 39.01. We did the math about 8 different ways, so it is correct. And tuition and fees, 51.56%. So again, fall 2013, we had the lowest head count in 25 years. In 2015, we had the highest head count in the history of the university. There's some other benefits that go with that. If you take the handout that says at the top, Louisiana State University at Alexandria enrollment achievements. I'm just going to highlight a few of these. We had the highest number of students enrolling in baccalaureate programs, the highest number of transfer students, the highest number of out-of-state students, the highest number of students living in residence halls, the highest semester credit hour production, the highest tuition and fee revenue, the highest freshman high school GPA, the highest number of students participating in the honors program, the highest number of students participating in dual enrollment, the highest numbers of students who are first-time freshmen, the largest number of students engaged in a large-scale asynchronous distance learning, the highest number of student athletes, the largest number of students taking meal plans, and the following two are ones that Dr. Alexander and the other two gentlemen in the room looked at me like I was nuts. We needed to start a rodeo team and a rugby team. Well, we did that, and we have 42 students who would not otherwise join us in the rodeo team, and 22 rugby students, most of whom are from outside of the United States, bringing money this way from the other side of the ocean. The largest number of international students, we grew from 19 to 80, most culturally diverse student body, students from 26 foreign countries, 100% occupancy in our residence halls, and the largest number of transfer students in the history of our university. Now, how did we do that? Well, you've got a how did we do that? One of which is we engaged everybody on the campus in the process. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes an entire campus community and surrounding community to grow the enrollment of a university, and we did that. We had extraordinary contributions from the LSUA Foundation, and Blake Schottling is an active member in that group. They provided us with additional scholarship support, mentoring funds, funds to establish a counseling center, a phone counseling bank center, and materials for marketing our university. And you can see the marketing effort here, the uniform activity, or all of those. The other thing I have for you is, okay, how else did we do it? I've given you 20 ways to help grow enrollment that we found time-tested work very, very well. So we gave away the Holy Grail. We hope it doesn't kill us in the long run, but the benefit is it should help many other students have access to a high-quality education at an affordable price in a caring and supportive environment. With that, and by the way, my cell phone's on my card, 24/7, 365, problem, issue, call me, and if you can help me find some students, I appreciate it very much. That'll make my boss happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Howard. Question, Blake.
I would just add to that, I remember that challenge that Dr. Alexander gave to you, and you took it very seriously, and Dan he is continuous motion in our community, and he is everywhere, and he is doing all these things, and we're not a growing community, so Dan is making sure that he is touching every base that he can and putting in great practices to help us start to move LSUA forward. As he said, we'd been very much in a holding pattern. These are the type of moves that let us start thinking about the future and the future investments that need to be made to keep that momentum going. So thank you, Dan.
Rolf?
Dr. Howard, I commend you. The results speak for themselves. Do you now predict that the next chapter in the next story written will be, you set records in graduation rate for an all-time record at LSUA now that the pipeline's full?
Actually, I think that will help. We've raised admission standards, and as those raised admission standards work through the process, that should help. We've added a University 1001 experience course. We have early intervention for students who are challenged. We have special counseling and advice for our athletes. So I think, when you begin to combine all of those things together, we've put in an honors program. We're attracting honors students that we've never done before. I think all of those things, yes, I think we'll begin to see that bar continue to move up. I think you'll see our ACT profile improve as we move forward. And I think we also will see our enrollments continue to grow, not as high and fast. We may grow the numbers, but the percentages don't keep up when you do it. But we should do that. We should be able to go out and borrow money that we couldn't do before because our bond rating looks so terrible. We need to build more residence halls. We're over capacity now. over 100% for 2 years. Prior to that, I think the best year we had was 60 or 70%. So we've really moved that part along with us. So it's time to build some more residence halls and some more academic spaces and athletic spaces.
Well, I know graduation is important to the president, and have you got him any of the napkins yet with the slogan?
It begins today. It starts today. Graduation starts today. Just one bit of advice, keep an eye on the men and women on that rodeo team. I had a rodeo team before.
Ah, okay.
Just keep a close eye. Sorry, Bill. My next, I'd like to ask Dr. Richardson to clear the air on the medical marijuana issue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I never in my wildest imagination think I'd be making a presentation to the board on growing marijuana without handcuffs on. So I'll try to bring you up to speed on what we know, what we don't know, the state of the situation, and there's a lot more unknown than there is known with this particular piece of legislation. If you want to, you can refer to Senate Bill 143. It was introduced by Fred Mills. Fred is a pharmacist by training, and so he knew a lot about what was going on. We were written into the bill by the name of our institution, as well as our colleagues at Southern. We were not asked. We did not lobby for that. We didn't know until right before the vote that we were going in. I called the president. By that time, the train was already coming through with the light flashing, and so we were written into it. The reason we were put there is because there was a great deal of concern with law enforcement that anything that would involve the growing of marijuana in the state would not be done in the private sector. And so when Fred Mills looked around and said, if we not go in the private sector, where can we go? Then unfortunately, I'd just been talking to him, so we popped up real quick with us in Southern, and we put in the bill. We've had 2 meetings with Senator Mills since then. President Alexander Company was one. One was to find out what was the legislative intent, what you're really trying to accomplish, because before I can come to this board and make a recommendation of what we do or get involved, I'd like to know what the intent of the legislation was. And we met with him privately to talk about that. And then he scheduled then a meeting, more of a, not a private meeting, but President Alexander, the president of Southern, law enforcement, a number of people came and had, a couple-hour discussion on where we're going with this. And there's a lot more questions still out there in terms of where we are. It's obvious to me that there'll have to be a lot of changes in the legislation as we get into the next session. A lot of things need to be tightened up. A lot of questions that none of people had thought about asking. We are not ready to start growing anything. We're far away from that. The Commissioner of Agriculture has been, by legislative intent, asked to draw up the guidelines for the growing process. I don't know what those are going to be. As we've checked with other states, they can be quite extensive. And I'm not about to recommend putting a lot of money into a growing type facility until we kind of know where this is going. We've been very fortunate to have within the LSU family the Health Sciences Center and Pennington, because a lot of what will have to take place will occur after the growing is over, and again, the processing, formulation, clinical trials, and some other things that are involved with this. We met with the DA's Association this past week. They're very concerned about the aspects of this from the DAs and the sheriff's associations in the state. And so right now there's just a lot of information gathering going on, a lot of unknown factors out there, a lot of questions about where this is going. I think you'll probably see a lot going on with the next legislative session, whether they're going to add more diseases to the list, how they're going to deal with the distribution of this with the way it was set up in the law. It would make it almost impossible to distribute it the way it was set up. And so today all I can tell you is we're getting as much information as we can. The President and I communicate on this quite often, and hopefully we'll have something more definitive for you, but we're not ready to rush into this till we find out exactly what the rules are going to be, how we're going to play, and what's there. One thing I have learned in this whole process, there's a lot of people out there who don't know anything about growing marijuana who can tell you a lot about how to grow it. Second thing is there are some medical needs out there from people who obviously this would greatly help. One final thing is we've had a medical marijuana bill in the state since at least 1991. What this particular bill does, it allows any physician to recommend the use of marijuana for certain diseases. And so that's the only change that's there. And then it goes on to talk about the whole growing, distribution, and everything else. But you could get this drug from a licensed physician prior to this time. Then we learned a lot about whether it's a recommendation or a prescription. And we're still trying to sort out what those means. Those of you in the medical profession, those are two different things. So with that, I'll just tell you there's a lot going on, a lot of discussions happening. We don't have ready to make any firm recommendation to the president at a particular time until we see a little bit more about what the expectations would be, make sure we understand the intent of what's been trying to accomplish, and we can protect the interests of the university in this particular process. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have about it.
Yeah, Bill, you and I talked some about this. The idea too is that we have no idea what the expectations, what the expense, that whether or not it'd be a lot of work and actually not, you know, something that would greatly benefit in the end. You know, we just got out of the hospital business, which was handed to us, and so the idea of, I appreciate Dr. Alexander and you moving very slow on.
Very much so, Mr. McCoster. Hemp Grunwald has been doing a lot of the work on this, and we're checking with some other states that have gone through this to see what they encountered. Some of the potential costs for putting in a growing facility were outlandish. I'm not about to invest a lot of hard-earned money into something that we may not be able to deal with in a few years. So believe me, we will be extraordinarily cautious when we move forth with this. And that's if we move forth with it.
Yeah. And just know we've been actually making the oils and the pills just through our own research for about 10 years in our medical centers. So the only difference is that we'd be growing it ourselves instead of buying it from Ole Miss. And I don't trust Ole Miss marijuana.
We had a great meeting at Pennington this week, I know, and thank God for people like Will and his group and Larry. Some of his people were there, but you might want to make a couple of comments.
Sure. So actually, as Bill said, we met with the Louisiana Sheriff Association, Board of Pharmacy, Board of Medical Examiners, the Ag Centers, and the district attorneys. And actually, we educated them on everything from when the Ag Centers grow it and hand it off to Pennington. We've been evaluating natural products for 10 years. And there's a process and there's an integrity for the NIH where you have to identify the plant. It has to be carefully controlled. This has to be done at the Ag Centers. And then how you actually study the plant, you mentioned there's a lot of IP. Actually, we would be interested because there are hundreds of components in cannabis that we don't know what it does. And this is where we're set up, at least Pennington, to do that. And I know that Larry had to go, but Dr. England from the Health Science Center put together a very nice white paper on the history and the indication. So I think if it's carefully controlled, we educated them from sourcing to research to clinical trials, and it's not ready for prime time, I can assure you. But I think we did at least educate them on the process, so when they go to Washington, they'll be armed with a little bit more information.
And Pennington's folks are in the meetings with us, and we actually can get this process faster than what they're talking about doing if we go forward with it, but we get all the roadblocks out of the way. And
none of us want to be arrested.
We're not creating the Willie Nelson Marijuana Research Center. Just kill that rumor now. Dr. Cephalou, you've got a statement about the Botanical Research Center renewal?
Nice segue. Talk about natural products and plant research. You may have got the press release within the last couple of weeks. We were fortunate to get $9.2 million to renew the Botanical Research Center, which actually has been studying plant products for over 10 years. And these center grants provide for faculty support, they provide for pilot projects, they provide for training for new graduates. So $9.2 million, we've had this for 10 years. This will secure funding for us through the year 2020. And we're only one of 2 centers that's been able to be funded for 10 years. This will give us 15 years of funding. The competition was pretty keen. We understand there were over 20 institutions that went in, institutions like University of Missouri, University of Illinois, Purdue, Wake Forest, Mount Sinai. Those were our competition. They only funded 3. And of the 3, there's only one that they funded for obesity, prediabetes, and diabetes, and that was the center here. So we're awfully happy, and when Bill gives us the cannabis, we'll now know we'll be able to process it for the next 5 years. So anyway.
Thank you, Dr. Cefalu. And finally, Provost Kubek, you have a number of very nice announcements, I believe.
Thank you. Just a couple quick updates, one on research and then the other on personnel. As you know, this board has put some mechanisms in place to enhance our tech transfer. I just want to give you a report on that. So last year, our research funding was about $134 million. We closed the books this year at $144 million, which gives us a 7.5% increase in new research awards. Our invention disclosures rose from 42 to 56, which gives us a 33% increase. We're making progress on that. Thank you for the LIFT fund investment. And then that translates into patents. And our patents went from 31 to 43 over the last year, which is a 39% increase. Again, we want to make sure you know that the investment you make is starting to show results with the faculty. Speaking of the faculty, as was mentioned by my faculty senate colleague, that is the core of our university. I did want to give you an update on the hiring that we've had in the last couple of years. As you know, President Alexander and former Provost Bell has made that a real priority to grow our faculty ranks and manage our student-to-teacher ratio. Last year, we hired 112 new faculty members and 47 part-time faculty members. This year, we have a search out for 115 new faculty. Out of that list, about 20% are new lines, with the remaining 80% refills. The decisions on where to allocate those positions were, as President Alexander indicated, they're going into the high demand areas, they're going into the WISE funding type areas, and then those where we see real potential for future research growth. We also did want to mention, in response to the very insightful comment from Mr. Perry, that this year 30 of our faculty have been promoted from assistant to associate professors, so I think that balance through the natural growth of our faculty will continue to adjust themselves. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Alexander. We will, if you will, refer to the reports that are part of your agenda package. Are there any questions on these reports? Any questions? If there's no questions, can I get a motion to accept them? Moved by Ms. Duplessis, seconded by Mr. Ballard. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Next on the agenda is approval of the consent items. Those also were in your package. Do we have any questions on consent items?
Move approval.
Move for approval by Mr. Anderson, second by Mr. Yarbrough. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Next on the agenda are committee reports. Starting with the Student Affairs Committee, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, we had one item to come before the committee today and no action required.
No action required, okay. Mr. Ballard, Finance and Infrastructure and Core Development.
I'd like to request that we add all these committee items to one agenda. There's 7 of them. They were all voted for and passed accordingly.
Okay, we have a motion.
Motion.
From the chairman of that committee. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. McCrary. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Property and Facilities Report, Mr. McAllister.
He stepped out as the vice chair. I would like to ask the same request, so I give a first motion.
Motion by Mr. Ballard, second by Ms. Duplessis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. And Athletic Committee, Mr. Chatelain.
We had 5 contracts that were amended and recommended for approval and passed unanimously at the committee, and would recommend that we accept those and approve those here.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second, Mr. Ballard. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next on the agenda is a requesting consent for President Alexander to recommend the reappointment of Dr. Byron Harrell and Ms. Elaine Abel to the University Medical Center Management Corporation Board of Directors. They have been serving, I think, since formation of the board. And Bobby, since you chaired that board, will you give us your thoughts on this recommendation?
Counselor, can I do that? Okay, because I was going to tell you that I would recuse myself for the actual vote.
Okay.
Okay. Both of these individuals have served, as you said, since the foundation of the board. They're both outstanding servants to this board, very active. LSU should be very proud of their service. And if I can highly recommend, I would do that. If I can't, I didn't recommend. So. But
After
they're outstanding.
your comments, I'd move that those two.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, well, let the record reflect that Mr. Yarborough recused himself. Motion by Mr. Anderson, second by Mr. Ballard. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. They will be reappointed. Okay, now we go to the chairman's report. Oh, that's me. Well, okay. Well, let me start out by saying what an honor and a privilege it is. I'm very humbled to be able to serve this group, this great university. Thank you all for allowing me to do that. I know many of you, especially since I'm not even sure what city I'm in, may think that I'm not qualified to do this, and you may be correct. On the other hand, let me point out that about half of this board are past chairmen or chair ladies, and I know that if I get out of line, they will rein me in very quickly. So you have comfort in knowing that I've got these folks that'll take care of me. So anyway, I am very humbled, and thank you for the privilege. Committee chairs and committee assignments before the next meeting, those will be coming out. We have not looked at them yet, but I will have them out in plenty of time for the next meeting. And the next meeting will be held in Baton Rouge, October 23rd. October 23rd in Baton Rouge. There will be an audit committee meeting in room 112 immediately following this meeting. And I don't see Jim McCrary, but today is his birthday, so if you see him, wish him happy birthday. Is there any other business? Any other business? Motion for adjournment?
Move, Mr. Chairman, to adjourn.
Motion seconded by Mr. Ballard. All in favor? We're adjourned.